enter. Hmm. Good evening all, and welcome to Wednesday. Okay, I didn't hit the wrong button. Sweet. Boot there. Hopefully he's running well. I'm gonna be hunting some monsters. Come and join if you'd like. In VTuber. That's not how you spell VTuber, Jude. VTuber Automatubers. Good. Let's see. Thumbnails. Here. Oh, right, I forgot to fix that one. And no one called me out on it either. Fuck it. This is happening now. Hey. Oh well, I'll have to double check my thumbnails to see how messed up some of those are. Yeah, general advertising should be fine. Where's my thing for that though? Here. That can come out, that can be minimized. Better. I believe I've put it in with mushrooms, correct? Yeah. Evening all. Let's go hunt some monsters in Rise. Oops. Rise. Good. Put this here. Try to not flood stuff too much. Oh, listed gun knife. Oh, they did. Neat. Oop. That one is automatic. I don't think there's one here. Hey there, Solace. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully the evening's treating you well so far, and that Mother Nature's not trying to drown you at the moment. But how has the week been going? So far, at the very least. Good. You're fried already? Jesus, it's only Wednesday. I'm worried, Solace. Actually went to bed at 8 last night. I mean, that explains why your sleeping schedule was that stacked this morning. That was just ridiculously a lot more than you usually get. But I mean, you got sleep at least. That's a good bonus. And it's rare for you, at the very least. I guess just here, too. I guess that's true. It technically is at the end of the day. Because, I mean, your body does need the sleep, no matter what you think. And I know the human body is kind of just a question, so can't really fight it too much. There we go. I think everything is really set up. Hey, the Necro. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully the evening's treating you well so far. And I see you've gotten the coveted YouTube firsts, where you're not actually the first. If only you could add slowpoke memes into chat, it would make things a lot better. But how are things on your side, Nick? Hopefully you're doing alright, and that Mother Nature's not trying to drown you. Now what were we doing? I believe we've gotten... Okay, we're just trying to do some big ones. For hunting horn, probably good to do that. I'm the first to talk in the chat ever since I got into the stream. I guess you're not technically wrong in that. Solace was really the only one beforehand. And you're not drowning today, but I am dead tired. Apparently everyone's tired today. Does that mean I need to go grab Samuel L... Well, actually, it's not Samuel L. Jackson who wrote that. But do I have to go grab the book? The classic Go the Fuck to Sleep? Because I'll see if I can find it. I don't have a good horn for this right now, do I? Right, I needed that Mizu orb. We kind of need the Mizu orb more. Oh well. He was the one who made it famous. Yeah, he is technically the one who made it famous. I'm not gonna fault that logic. Let's see. Where's Mizu's stuff? Mr. Mizu. Oh. There we go. Let's see. My legs are just a pair of pudding waiting to be ripped off. Pudding. I mean, you could read it yourself. Would be an interesting experience. It probably would, all things considered, because the book itself does have a good amount of comedy in it. Especially when you get someone who's relatively deadpan trying to read it. Also, I need to go change back to the Zenogre guitar. Do-do-do. Hey there, Non. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully the evening's doing well so far, and you haven't had to worry too much about the off and on rain. There we go. Probably should check my items too. There we go. But how are things on your side, Non? Are you gonna add to the pile and being the next person to be extremely tired? Oh, I didn't grab water. That's a concern. And thank you for the lurk, Garfield. Hopefully you're having a good night. And hopefully the blankets that you have are not too warm. Shoot. Now let's see here. Wop. Come on. There you go, buddy. Alright, let's go see if we can beat up the purple fox. See how much we need to hunt it to get a purple orb, because I'm never that lucky when it comes to the plate-esque items. And then that'll let us get our Mizu horn. Up. Wish my blankets were warmer. I guess, out of curiosity, Nick, but have you tried any of those weighted blankets by chance? Because I know a lot of people tend to like those, just because it does tend to hold them down a little bit more. Like having a buddy just lay on you while you try to sleep. Been a decent day, just kind of finishing out some work for the day. Ah, very nice. Always good to get a little bit of extra work done. There we go. Oh yeah, I don't have earplugs anymore. I gotta remember that. Pop. Yeah, that's not good. God, I freeze at night. They're too expensive. Oh, no. That's bad. I am slippy dippy. There we go. Water. Okay, I guess I'm not getting a bath like this. That's fine. Up. And And I wish I had a buddy to sleep with me, a partner if possible. That would tend to help usually, yeah. Oops. I guess he did get his head off, so we're good. But I know that can be a little bit awkward to get off at the end of the day, so... Hopefully you can get a good blanket, and I wish you the best of luck in getting that. Although, considering the time of year, it really shouldn't be that cold for people yet. Nope, can't dodge them either. Okay. Let's see. You're angry, I get it. That's gonna hit me. It did, but it didn't actually knock me out of it. That's a big axolotl. I think it's more of a fox, but welcome, welcome, Nano. Hopefully the evening is running well for you so far. We're just having some fun beating it up at the moment, trying to get some of its balls. But how are things on your side? Hop. There we go. But now I'm not sleepy and my body is just wanting to not move anymore. Oh, that's a mood. That's an extreme mood at the end of the day. There we go. Just because I know that this time of year especially gets unnecessarily hectic. Ow. Rude. Solace, stop burning down my house. But that's what Solace is good at. That's why you don't hire Solace as a maid. Up. This is why Solace makes for a very good disposal unit, not necessarily as a good broom. Pop. Oh boy. That's not good. There we go. Yeah, okay, that's fine. And there. Now, what are you going to be doing for us, Mizu? Because they've already broken your face twice. Oh. I apparently need to get that off, too. Pop. Much better. There we go. And I am wondering if I should do something in terms of how the stream works going forward. Because of the fact that it wouldn't hurt for me to practice arting more, maybe forcing myself to would be a relatively good idea. So I may end up stealing an idea from Mousy, where either I take some time to draw for myself on every stream, or we do something weird like slightly more consistent art streams, just for the days where I do feel like trying to draw something and or have stuff I need to work on. But I'm not sure how common they would be just yet, just because I never know exactly what to do for art. There's only so much that I need to draw, but a challenge I've been slightly thinking to myself has just been basically drawing out the Pokédex, just in my own way, I guess is how I'd want to phrase that. It'd be kind of fun just to go through in dex order and see how well I can actually get across some of them. Oh boy. Oh hey, you missed. Screw you. Now let's see here. Are you just going to flail? Yes. And that still hit me. Okay. Okay. Note to self, when Mizu is blind, they are just a blender. Up. Yeah, we'll see about the whole art stuff. Maybe it'll be nice to get a little bit more in, since all of Team Sanook is a bit of an artist anyways. There we go. Hello, sir. Can I do this? Yeah, that's fine. Get dunked. Oh, I love it when that happens. Now let's see here. Wall time. Bonk. And bonk. And bonk. And and I recently started playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. Should have expected it to be a gacha. Yeah, that's unfortunately just what you need to expect when it comes down to those games. Ooh, that's unfortunate. Okay, close enough. That's unfortunately just what you need to expect when it comes down to all of the games that have TCGs in them nowadays. They're just inherently tied to some form of a gacha system. It's how they make their money. Like, even Pokemon rakes it in a little bit by having the code cards being an option in terms of grabbing cards. Oh, I broke the back. Okay. Which, I will mention that I probably have a couple hundred of those code cards, so I should probably look into the Pokemon TCG at some point, just so that way I can actually use them for something. There we go. Then all digital TCGs are just gacha. Physical TCG are also gacha. That is true. All TCG is just impromptu gacha system before everything went digital. Which is why we should be afraid for when Genshin gets an extra card game attached to it as well. Because you know it's coming. Ow. Okay. I know I need a bath. I know I'm a gamer. Oh boy. Oh, that's fine. You're on an angle. I don't have to worry about this. Do. Oh. Well, you didn't break anything. Oh. No, that is not what I wanted to do. Pop. There we go. Sir, I'm gonna need you to sit down, please. Uh-oh. I actually got bubbled. That is quite rude of you, buddy. But what else would be interesting to see as a card game? Oh, you know what the ultimate kind of just insult would end up being? Is if they somehow made Fortnite into a card game. Ow. Because I could see it happening. I don't want to see it happen. But they definitely could make it work. Oh. Because you would basically just have your frontline fighters. All of your land would be the bases you end up building. It sucks, but like, they would be greedy enough to do it. Nope. How about an Among Us card game? An Among Us card game would also work, but Among Us as a board game works a little bit better, just because of the whole, like, Mafia-esque mechanics of it. Unfortunately, things like Clue and Mafia do not make well for a gacha. Oh. There we go. I can see it as a cheap, closed-set card game that plays like a board game. The way they really can would be similar to Wolf and Villager. Yeah, exactly. Because Among Us is just, like, Town of Salem, Mafia, whatever variation on the name that you want on it. It makes for a good board game. Kind of. Among Us does have a bit more of an active element to it, but functionally it would be the same thing as Town of Salem, Werewolf, Mafia, and all of those types of games in a board game format. It would basically just be, okay, everybody, close your eyes while this task is being done. And then the murderer just gets to poke. Oh, I'm going the completely wrong direction. I got completely absolved in game design there. Whoops. Go up the wall? How do I get up the wall again? This way. Doot. Although I could very well see Among Us being a TCG akin to, like, how the Naruto card game is, and, like, the Inuyasha card game. Those were games that are meant to be played like Pokemon, but people just end up using them as trading, like, collectible cards. So they serve no practical purpose. You would basically just have the red guy, whose special ability is that he's sus. And that's really all you have to do to sell that as a collectible one. There's a Naruto card game? There's a card game for almost every anime out there. Just most of them suck. Because they were trying to be Pokemon and failing miserably. No, okay. Let's see here. Yeah, you do your thing. I'm just gonna do that. Pop. I love hitting my foxes with guitars. Makes things nice and easy. Pop. Oh, now you're angry. Okay. Because if I recall correctly, at least, Naruto has a fairly prominent card game. Well, not prominent. They have a very obvious card game. Bleach has a fairly obvious card game. And then Boruto may have one at this rate. Yeah, that was expected. I don't need to heal yet. I know one game that I'm glad has lasted as long as it has, though, would be the Munchkin game series. I don't know a ton about the creators of that game at all, but it is nice to see just the wackiness. That hit me through a tree. Okay. The wackiness of Munchkin just kind of works for almost anything. And I just gotta mention the Witchwood, most anticipated game. Whoop. Oh, is Witchwood gonna be a card game? And am I remembering the right thing? Because I know Jason's... Damn it. I know Jason's thing is going to be relating to witches, but I don't remember the full name for it, because he hasn't really been able to publicly work on that for a while. Oh. Then grab that. Sir, I get it. Gamers need to take baths. Witchwood is the most anticipated Counter-Strike. Oh, I could see that. I'd love to see how Jason would be able to come up with some kind of a shooter that is just based on magic of some kind. Because I feel like he could conceptually do it. I'm just not sure if he would have the time to actually do it. There we go. Are you leaving already? You are leaving already. Rude. I'm coming for you, Mizu. What else would end up being kind of a nice spin-off? Wouldn't Kin's OC list kind of work as one as well? Where you have to build up points for the temple? Getting there. And considering we've got basically the factions now between Heaven and Hell with Ai and Kirai. Whoops. There's the tail bop. As well as the neutral faction with Saya and Holly. So you could almost have like a triangle effect or almost a magic-based effect. Whose lore is it? Oh, Kin's. Oops. I forgot to get that off. Damn, blue does not last that long. And could just put out a bunch of expansions every time that retcon new lore. Exactly! And that's how you make all your money, is by selling all the new card sets and changing all of the rules. Up. And I didn't know there are factions. Oh, there's like pseudo-factions just based on which of the characters we're talking about in terms of, like, the temple creatures, or I guess now they're turning into yokai. But considering Saya's turning into basically a dryad, Holly is becoming a spirit. Sachi is obviously a Tanuki, and then you've got Cupid and Anti-Cupid, or whatever Kin's gonna end up doing with those two down the line. I need to get closer. Oh boy, that was close. Oh, that works. Just gonna do that. Surprised I still haven't broken those yet. Nope. And honestly, if you do kind of talk with artists enough, you'll find out that a lot of their OCs just have a good bit of difference between who they'll actually interact with. So you could probably build most of these card games in that similar style. Ken didn't say it, but Sachi is the artist who draws the other OCs. We interpret that as a deity. Maybe Sachi, in the lore of the card game, then, would end up being the... like, the ruler, so to say. They would be the upper power in the middle of the board who basically tells you whose turn it is. And if you have a digital version of the TCG, you would have a Sachi just pop up on screen saying, it's your turn, or it's the enemy's turn. Except it would just be pointing because Sachi doesn't talk. Dude. Let's see here. Sachi can be clippy. Yeah, that would work. That would also work. What was my hunting horn positions again? Oh, not that. There we go. Nope, that didn't quite work. But there are ways you could do it. Especially considering Sachi would be the creator deity of everything. Maybe the animated intro opening to like a commercial or something would just be Sachi in the temple scribbling in a notebook. And then it just kind of flashes out into the world where Ai and Kirai are fighting. And then you could have Sayu just sitting in her garden tending to her pumpkins, and Holly gallivanting about the mountains setting everything on fire. And it could be a nice kind of crossfade cut in between the various different factions, and those would end up being like the leaders of each faction. Because Holly, in and of herself, I can't imagine works alone, especially with all her little flame spirit buddies. Also, we're probably not getting the orb from this one. What would be the world you use to describe Kin's lore? I want to say Kin's lore, at this rate, is kind of falling into just... yeah, moe, for one thing. Moe is definitely the best word for it. But I would also just say it's like a third plane of existence, almost. So for something like Toho, where Gensokyo just kind of sits on top of... at least I think Gensokyo works like this with the Toho franchise. Like, the universe just sits on top of normal Earth, but you can just go in and out between the worlds depending on who kicks you between universes. Oh, there's the plate. I don't need the plate, though. I need the purple orb. I'd imagine the universe just kind of works like that, where someone would bring you through a portal, and that would bring you to an extraplanar dimension where Sachi and all of her creations live. Double allocating the same space, like phase space? Yeah. I'd imagine it's something along those lines. Just where... shoot. Large monsters. Where's Mizu at? Hey, Mizu. Materials. So, this thing is what we're looking for. Unfortunately. 3%. That hurts. Oh, hey, a duck. Hey there. Is it fine if I call you Maxi, by the way? Because I know that's your main subtitle on Niall's server, so don't want to overstep my boundaries at the very least, but okay. Maxi is definitely a little bit more natural of a name to remember, so I'll try to keep that from now on. But how are things on your side, by the way? Hopefully nature hasn't been trying to drown you today, just because I know that's been most people's issues. And is Porygon your favorite? Porygon is up there. Porygon is like top 5 for me. Mainly because I have a little Porygon 2 like figure, and I don't have the foggiest clue where I got it. Actually, do I? Oh no, I don't. Second webcam is kind of disposed right now. But I've got a little Porygon 2 figurine that I've just had forever. Came out your pewter. Thank you for the head pats and the shipping, Nano. There we go. Yeah, Porygon 2 decided to come out of the computer and visit me in a real-life space because it saw me in the digital space. That's probably the best way we can explain why Porygon would come and visit. Oh. Anyways, got alert because I'm running D&D. All good there, Maxie. Enjoy your D&D game. But I guess one thing that we should go over as well, if we are going to do that, draw out all the Pokemon idea over time, would it be safer if we tried to do it, like, starting from Gen 1 and then just slowly getting up? Or just doing one from each gen sequentially, just so that way we don't, like, step into Gen 9 too early. That would be a little bit awkward. Oh, there we go. Because I know I would want to draw my favorites first. And honestly, something I could do first if we wanted to do, like, a pseudo big piece, is I could do that draw yourself with your Pokemon team thing, because there is technically a team of 6 that works for me relatively well, although we don't have a lot of Steel Ice types yet. I do like the one that we have, but we definitely need more Steel Ice types in the Pokemon games. Oh, whoops, I needed to... There we go. Yeah, we could try that. And then I can show y'all what mon I actually like the most. Because that's always a fun thing to do. And it's always a good way to just kind of characterize yourself by what semi-digital creatures you end up liking at the end of the day. Whop. Hey, puppy. Oh, Mizu's all the way up top. Map. There we go. Much better. But Porygon is in there. And I think I like 2 about as much as 3. It's kind of like saying you like steak, but you also like burgers. Like, yes, it's both beef, but there's 2 very, very different methods of actually using them in the first place, between 2 and Z. Hello, Mizu. So I do like both of them, technically, but I think 2 edges out Z a little bit more. Oh boy. No, can't dodge that. Or at least I don't know the timing for that yet. Oh, thank you for the heal. I don't need that yet. Nope. Nope. That's not what I wanted. But I guess a good question along those lines is if you were allowed to just have a Pokemon with you, no matter what stage it was at, what would that Pokemon end up being? You could go for purely practical usage, or you could just go to have a buddy. Ow. Oh. That was a whiff. Yeah, you do your thing, buddy. Nope. I don't need you hitting me, sir. I'm gonna need to heal, aren't I? Probably. You know what? I'll take the little bop over the entire Calcium. That makes things a little bit easier. Oh. gotta figure out some way of just avoiding that. Having earplugs would be helpful, but definitely not going to get it very often. Whop. Good boy. Nope. Oh boy. Okay, now we're good. Oh, this is also a bigger one. You're a much bigger one. Holy crap. Okay. Oh boy. Being that much bigger means your water gun is actually a lot more dangerous. Going to knock you out. Eventually. Okay, we're good. Now, what can we do with you? I guess what would be good if I could get that off. I'm gonna get super punished for that, though. Just gonna nom that. Thank you. Now let's see here. What am I needing? I need stun negation. Oh. Well, there's a face piece. Thank you, Mizu. Very much appreciated. Ow. Oh, shit. Yeah, that's fine. That's okay. And you are actually taller than normal, so I don't have to worry about the water gun as much. Thank you. Sure. Bop, 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 bop. And spin. And come on, yell. Perfect. Now I just need you to be nice to Mizu. Can you do that? Nope. That's not nice. There we go. Probably should get an attack up off. Nope. You're really wanting to go... Oh, Jesus. Your spin cycle. I don't mind it as much when you're blinded, but you need to calm down, sir. There we go. That should be good. Oh, you're out. You're just completely out. Okay. I get that I'm just hitting you with a guitar, Mizu, but you can at least stay a little bit longer than that. Do-do-do. Thankfully, we can sharpen our guitar while we're falling down a cliff. That's normal for our little adventure. There we go. Now, what Actually, I should check. With Mizu, what is the best chance for that? So, there's 3% from broken, 3% from carve, 3% from capture. So it doesn't realistically matter what way you go about it. What exactly does that box mean, though? Weird. Hey, the John. And am I playing by myself? Currently, yeah. I'm pretty used to doing Monster Hunter stuff by myself, so I keep the hub open if people want to join, but I don't usually try to, like, ask for help, mainly because I'm used to doing solo play. But how are things on your side so far? Doop. And am I on PC? I am, in fact, on PC. Oh. I was on Switch before, but then people mentioned they were on PC, so I figured I would grab it on PC. Oop. Nope. Mizu, need you to calm down, buddy. I probably need to play in a bit. Dang it, I can't play with you. Oh, you have it on Switch then? Pop. I didn't actually need to get hit by that. Oops. I guess that's just kind of the downside with not having crossplay in this game. It'd be nice if it did, just so that way the Switch folks, while they had it early, they'd be able to just play with all the other console people. But I guess that's not something they wanted to worry about. Up. Maybe on the next mainline one, we'd end up getting a crossplay game, just because that would end up being a lot more helpful to their audience. Even though it probably does get them a good amount of sales anyways. Up. Just accidentally getting the people who need to buy it a second time anyways. But we'll have to see. It'll be a bit before we get another, like, mainline entry anyways. Now, can I actually get this off? I can. Perfect. I'll take that, and I'll just spin to win on your face. Ooh. I'm assuming that's the face. Just that the claws don't usually break that quick. Pop. There we go. I will take all of that. I also probably should use the approach a little bit more, because this I don't get the most use out of. Although you can get your extra spin to win off on it, so there's ins and outs. I guess then, John, this is just a question for you. But what weapons do you end up playing? Oh, that's embarrassing. Or I guess what weapon do you play most of the time? Just because I know people have their preferences. Oh, come on. Good. Except I'm not going to be able to ride it. Crap. Give me that. Longsword. Okay. You're a katana lover. Okay. How have you found Longsword in Rise so far? Just because I haven't really played it much myself, but it sounds like it's still relatively good for what people want. I really do not know how to control by shotting at all. There we go. There we go. Little more. And pop. We'll take it. By shotting's not the most fun to control. And you're enjoying it? Always a good thing. I know Longsword is always just kind of up there anyways, so I can't imagine anything going, like, super wrong in terms... Oh, hey, I broke one of the claws. Nice. The build I'm making needs a 2% drop. Ah. Yeah, it's always fun when you need to actually get the 2%ers out of the way. That's actually what I'm working on right now, just because I'm trying to make the Mizu hunting horn, and it requires one of the purple orbs to actually make it. And Mizu's not exactly being the kindest host in that regard. Whop. But what are you trying to hunt for that's only a 2%er? Because those always hurt. Oh, it's vampire too. Okay. Well, hopefully you have better luck on hunting the vampire, just because I know that's not a simple fight by any means. Damn it. I ended up getting hit by it anyways. Up. Oh, sharpen time. I'll take it. Also, I'm fairly certain the vampire is the final boss of the DLC, right? I'm not super behind on anything. Then I need to hunt Goldrath. Oh, Goldrath is a trip no matter what game she's in. But you can't yet. Really? Kinda figured you'd be able to hunt Goldrath at that rate, if you're kinda needing to farm the final boss. Dude. Hello, Mizu. We'll go with that. Not yet. Certainly a bit strange, but hopefully you're able to get to it soon. Just because I know the Goldrath fight is, you know, interesting at least. I know there's a lot of people who would end up complaining about the metallic wraths, but they are kind of just meant to be hard for actually being difficult. No, you're gonna spin. And I'm still standing in it, and I can't jump out of that. Can't jump out of that one, though. Hey. Oh boy. Wait. There we go. You need to be the seething basil first. Ooh, seething bagels. I love getting some seething bagels at the corner store. Ow. Seething bagel weapons are also just fun. I don't know if they're super useful on... Actually, does Bagel have a long sword? I don't know, actually. I never look at the longsword list in the games Bagel's been in. Up. I guess I should also probably check what part I need to break to get the purple orb. Because I'm realizing it has just mentioned that I need to break things. You don't think so? Okay. I'd have to look again at Basil's weapons just to see which ones he has. Because I know he's got the hunting horn, and I'm fairly certain he has a Swax. I would assume he has a great sword. Where did you go? Oh, you just went all the way over there. Pop. Pop, pop, pop. Uh-oh. That's not good. Mizu, can you calm down, please? You're already super tired. I know you can't handle too much more of this. Pop. Hey, there we go. And that's both claws broken. Sweet. Alright, you're back. Alright, welcome back, John. There we go. Let's see here. Oh, we got another stun off. Sweet. I will gladly take that. Get that off. There's the back. Lovely. Eat shit, Mizu. You can't find your Pro Controller. Uh-oh. That's definitely not a good thing. Because those things are unnecessarily expensive. And Nintendo should be fine for how much those things cost. And realistically, oh, shite. Cool. Admittedly, controllers probably shouldn't be close to $100 on their own. I know that stuff can get expensive because technology, but almost $100 for a controller is kind of rude. Oh, I need to actually heal. Good boy. Oh boy, that's bad. Yeah, that wasn't gonna end well. I'm gonna go this way. And I think after this fight, if we don't get the purple orb, I'm just gonna double check what I need to break in order to have that chart or drop or chance. Oh, did I break the tail? I did break the tail. Okay. Well, you're close. Up. I'm assuming you're gonna go sleep upstairs. That, there. There we go. I'm just gonna go grab a trap just in case. Because there isn't a difference between carves and capture, but Transfer here. Shock trap. And trank bombs. There we go. I really need to make more of those. That was a bit of an oversight. Well, we'll get there though. Oh, Mizu. I've got an angry spider for you to sit in. Now let's see if you're still tired by the time I actually get this set up. There we go. You're also a big boy. You're a super big boy. Pop. Oh. Oh yeah, I did need to capture a Mizu for something. I forgot about that. That's for getting the origami axe Swax design. I forgot about that. Well, I guess we have that now, so that's good. Not that we're using Swax a ton, but I wouldn't mind learning it. So let's see if luck is on our side. It is not. Okay. 3% odds are not in my favor. Let's see. Still can't find it. That is a bit concerning then. I guess when was the last time you were actually playing it? Shoot. Water orb. Let's see. Break the head. And break the tail. Oh, master rank. Cap, body, tail. So I definitely need to break the head and the tail. Which means I need a cutting weapon. I can't use blunt for this. And then just last night... Put it on my side table and I can't find it. That's actually kind of odd. Because unless someone's, like, tampering through your things, I can't imagine it just kind of being stolen away by the Underpants gnomes or anything like that. I've only got ice and blast, but that's honestly fine. Alright, Mizu, I'm coming for you. I'm gonna cut that tail off. Oops. At the very least, we're gonna have just a ton of high rank supplies for this. So if I want to make other weapons with it, we're more than happy to actually get it going. Oh. Let's see here. Break the head, break the tail. Nope, not that. Also not that. There we go. I know how to play this game. Oot. So, break the tail, break the head, try and capture if given the opportunity. Also, I didn't eat food, did I? I did eat food. That's surprisingly low then for everything. Alrighty. Let's see, where's Mizu at? Mizu is at 6. There we go. Alright, Pupper. We've got a journey ahead of us. Need to go take down a water fox and actually get the tail off for once. Which feels very gratifying on Mizu, actually. Because you take a fairly large chunk of that tail off. Oh. There we go. Might also be worth the effort to get Toby down and make Toby knives. I feel like the Masterwork ones of those would only take Master Rank gear, or Master Rank items to make. And that might help us out a little bit, but Chaosster knives should kind of keep us going for high rank stuff. Hello, Mizu. I'm not playing music at the moment. Sadly, they won't let me cut tails with a hunting horn. I can't imagine why. Let's see here. Maybe if I was able to do it within a demon dash. I don't know. Up. There we go. That isn't good. I'm wasting a ton of stamina just getting that in. There we go. We will take a hit. That is fine. Now, what exactly are you going to do for us? Oh yeah, right, I forgot to put that on. That's kind of helpful here. Nope. Oh, that still hit me. That's alright. Let's see. Nope. Yeah, you get your nonsense out of the way. It's fine, Mitsu. Up. Oh no, that's gonna hurt. Oh, not much I can do about that. That hit me. Alright, I respectfully disagree, but sure. Really? I guess that is far enough. Up. Come on. Nope. Oh boy. Good enough. Now, what else can I do to you, Mizu? And how much can I get away with? Oh boy. Apparently a good bit. There we go. There we go, but the tail is on the wall. Frank, why do you do this to me? I needed that. Oh, Frank. Ye of little danger, pup. I needed that. There we go. That should be fine. Let's see. There we go. That gets us a little bit of a hit in. I very much need to get my special off. But I might need to get it off on the tail. Oh, nice attack boost. Oh. That's not good. That was very not good. We got the attack boost at least. Ooh. Oh. That was the wrong button. That's alright. Alright, Frank. You messed it up for us once. Don't do it again, please and thank you. Whop. We're going down to 2. Okay. Fine with that. I'm coming for you, Mizu. Better keep that tail taped on tight. Whop. Hello. Oh, nope, that didn't work. There we go. Just about all that I need. I am a little bit surprised that I haven't broken the tail yet, but I guess that is a bit more of a hardy bit on Mizu. So it does take a little bit. Oh, there we go. We'll take that. There we go. There's our tail break. Ask and ye shall receive. There we go. Oh. I did get the bubble off that, but... Nope. Oh, I'm still bubbled. And that I definitely don't agree with. A rude little water fox. No, okay. Oh boy. No. Oh, I'm not a wiggly boy. Okay, I'll take that. Nope. Still can't find it. It kind of is sounding like someone may have just moved it then, if you are staying with anyone. Because that's not something that can just disappear. At least not normally. Okay, we're good. There we go. Thought it was your sister. That's entirely plausible. Sisters are there to annoy their siblings, as are most siblings, in all honesty. Not close. Just gonna do that. Nope. Oh, hey. Good job, John. Or Frank. There we go. Oh boy. Okay, not completely screwed. I also might just be attacking the base. That's entirely possible. Oops. Oh, you're not angry anymore. Oh boy. You may F off. And hey there, Garfield. Thank you for the quack. There's the tail. Combat carve, as you always do. Pop. And I don't know where it could have gone. Yeah, that's kind of just the issue. Because it does kind of just seem like maybe your sister did just move it. Maybe it's just best to ask her. See if she's trying to be a little bit of a shite. No. Should also check that to be completely fair. Oh. Oh, you are leaving already. Alright, I'm fine with that. I need to sharpen anyhow. Let's see. She does not know where it is, so she says. Would there be anyone else you can ask? Because I'm not going to just assume outright she's telling the truth, but maybe someone else in the house has seen it? No one. Then you might have to do a bit more of a thorough, deep search then. Just to check. Otherwise your sister is just gonna get the torment of it all. Oops. Oh boy. Oh, do I only get that in game mode? I do only get that in demon mode. And your parents don't come upstairs. Might still be worth asking them, to be completely honest with you. Ah, right, the dash. I forgot about that. There's the head. Up. Nope. I'd prefer to not get absolutely curb stomped by Yumizu. Doot. Now, how many times do I need to head for this? Oh, I did get bubbled with that. That's not good. Let's see here. They'll have an attack boost at least. Your dad has it? Well, there you go. Not sure why your dad has it, but... answer solved. Nope, I'm on the wrong bit. There we go. I'm just gonna pop. There we go. It's his, I guess. That's odd. Because you were making it sound like it was your console. Yep. Oh, crap. That's only the double. Marginally better. Oh, nice. Perfect timing. I have another one, but it has drift. Yeah, drift is never a good thing. Drift is the bane of most Switch players' existences. Oh. Well, he has his own, and so do I. Okay. I mean, nice that there's multiple Switches, at least, in your house. Does make things a little bit easier. Oh. You can try to fix it. Well, I wish you the best of luck. I know fixing drift isn't really what people want to do on a Wednesday night, but... there's 4? Oh, damn. We've got a lot of them, then. Move? God damn it. I need to break the body. And 2 PS5s. Oh, damn. I don't even have one PS5. Although, regionally speaking, I could probably just find a PS5 now. We're kind of past the point of just constantly having shortages on that. There we go. Now I need to hit that. Womp. I need to sharpen. Thank you, Pupper. Hey there, Mousy. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully the evening's treating you alright so far. We're just trying to hunt this purple soap fox because they're trying to force all the gamers in the world to take baths, and we're trying to perpetuate the stereotype. But how are things on your side? And how did your remaining bit of art go? Are the monsters hunted? I'd say so. We just needed to pull out our kitchen daggers for this one because we need to cut off its tail. And unfortunately, they don't let you cut off tails with a blunt instrument, which is just completely rude of the game. So that's a no. Eesh. Well, let's see if the tail break actually did anything for us then. Shoot. Nothing there either. Oh well, this is what happens when you're going after one of the 3% drops. And when it's just required to build the weapons that you want. Shoot. Now let's see how nice the Mizu drops are. Also, I should probably go grab a drink, all things considered. You have 3 of what I have? Yeah, this is kind of a nice desire sensor situation, where when you're actively trying to hunt for the rare bits, they just never drop, but when you're just hunting for other stuff, they pop up all the time. Also, I'll be right back, I do just need a drink. Nope, that's the plate again. Of course. Alrighty. Yeah, I didn't think I muted myself with that. Oh, well, I've got plenty of plates, so I guess if I need to make any Mizu armor down the line, or sell them. Pop. We'll make sure to save all that. Just gonna end up being a night of hunting Mizu, I feel. Well-worn cash box. I guess I've made a lot of money in the game so far. I'm assuming I just haven't gotten it, and we are still hunting for a reason, right? Yeah, we are still waiting on that. Technically, it does drop from the Master Rank version as well. So, like, we could... out of curiosity, what is my access to lightning dual blades at the moment? I only need lightning sacks for those ones. Do we want to hunt Master Rank Kezu a couple times? Just so that way we can actually have thunder-based weapons? Very strong thunder and para-based weapons, which make it very easy to hunt things with dual blades. Because what do I need for that? You. Upgrade. No. Looks like I'll need to hunt the low rank one as well. But aside from the low rank one, we only need to do that like once. And then just hunt the master rank one. Let's see here. Low rank Kezu. I think it should be in 3. No, is it in 2? There he is. Let's see. Don't have any spare side quests on it either. Alrighty. We're gonna go bully Kezu. I think the dual blades we have should be fine. I don't see why they wouldn't be. Just Polisher Pyro. Oh, nice, we had all of them. Perfect. Ah. So let's see here. Grab you, manage. There we go. Alright, Kezu, I'm coming for that wrinkled ass booty. Let's see if you're a little bit nicer than... Because that's admittedly the weird thing. When you build most of the Kezu-based weaponry, you don't need to worry that much because you don't have to worry about getting, like, the Pale Stake or anything for any of his weapons, except for maybe the Hunting Horn. But Mizu's just, oh yeah, by the way, this is an important flagship monster. We were going to need you to grab the high-rank version of the plate. Where is... Yeah, Kezu's still in his normal bait. Going to the side one is not even that comparatively helpful. Eh. There we go. I'm just going to grab all those special fish, just for the little boost. And I don't think we're going to worry about grabbing Baggy. We might go grab the Tetradon, though. And Z says hi. Well, hello, Z. You are very much well loved, and I hope you are enjoying your vacation so far. I would send slushies over if that could help, but I feel like sending them to the US, they would melt by the time they get there. So the thought's at least there for you. Dude. Now let's see here. Yeah, we should probably just grab Tetradon. Hey, buddy. What hunter rank are you? I think hunter rank... I am at 79 now? Oh, hey. Welcome, welcome, what side? Oh yeah, the voice to text is just going to be completely drowned out by all this. But welcome, welcome, what side? Hopefully the evening is treating you well so far, friend. We're just having some fun in the Monster Hunter right now. But how are things on your side? And thank you for walking into the cabin freezer for another month. Yeah, it still has the drift. Yeah, drift is more of a hardware issue, so it's not always the easiest thing to solve, unfortunately. But it was at least worth a shot. Hello, Kezu. There we go. Yeah, how are things on your side? What side? Oh, I'm not gonna get this. And nope, I'm not getting this. Things are okay. How are you? Things are going all right, but the desire sensor is very much kind of just kicking us in the butt. But that's about normal, I'd say. Bop. Give me that. But what about you outside? Have you been enjoying your day so far? And week, for that matter? Yazoo? Ah, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. You feel like coming over here, buddy? Oh. Good job, dog. Pop. We're just gonna do this, because sometimes you just need to bully the Kezu a little bit. I don't have earplugs. Maybe I should build earplugs instead of free meal. That would help a lot. Oh. Oops. Just going to cut up the bell. Oh, God. Hey, we're not super weak to electricity anymore. We can handle that. Not that we want to just immediately get caved by electricity, but definitely a lot nicer to not be immediately destroyed by it. Oh boy. Ah, darn. That's fine. And let's see here. Left stick Y after an attack. Weird. And then what we want, I believe, is the Y, because the dash does not do much for us. Well, has been a hot minute since dual blade worked out, so that's fine. Hello, Mr. Kazu. I hope you're enjoying the ride, because we're not letting you off early. Ooh, good job, Frank. You're actually getting the poison off now. That Chameleos weapon's actually serving you pretty well. Whoops. Oh. Well, that's not good. That's better. Hello, Kazu. I don't even need anything that complicated from you. So if you just want to die, I'm perfectly okay with that. Oh. Would be nice to get a mount off, but we are not getting that anytime soon. There we go. Alrighty, Kezu, where are you headed off to? Oh, you're headed off to where Boggy is. Alright. We can kind of just sling the sleep demon at you. Shoot. As long as the sleep demon's actually going to stay there, mind you. Hey, buddy. Let's see. Looks like Kezu is actively beating it up, so definitely makes our lives a little bit easier. There we go. Hello. Perfect. You attack a lot faster, so it is a lot easier to actually get this stuff off. And pop. Much better. Goodbye, Mr. Boggy. Oh, I forgot I needed to make the Kezu hunting horn still, too. That's fine. Pop. There we go. F you and your roar. But yeah, our goal for right now is just to make the Kezu dual blades, as it'll help us a lot when it comes down to hunting Mizitsune and Mizitsune accessories, because getting the water orb is unnecessarily annoying, and we'll need to hunt it in Master Rank as well, just so that way we can get our Master Rank horn all buffed up. Oh boy, back up. That was not far enough. Whoops. Okay. Oh yeah, you're almost done. Hello. how much do I need to do to use... Oh, no. Thankfully, just low rank, but it would be better to not get used to being hit by all that. Oh. Ooh, nice. We did disturb it. We'll take that. Up, up. That would have been fantastic if that last little cut was just able to pop it. Up. Or if poison can somehow take it out, because that would also be very funny. Nope. That's not what we want to do, friend. Oh, I'm stunned. There we go. The only time we're not having earplugs is actually helpful. Oh. Actually got the ride off. Alright, Kazu buddy. I know your glorious music is just pumping absolutely everybody up, but needed a small change of pace. Do. Nope. Not getting that third wall hit. That's alright. Oh. Oh, there we go. That was anticlimactic. Could have honestly just killed it by running it into the wall the third time, but I guess not. Now let's see if we can actually get lucky and get what we need off of one. Because it is just Kazu, and we're not looking for anything super big. Yeah, don't worry, Tetradon. I know you're here, buddy. I'll build your hunting horn eventually, because yours at least looks cool. But it's not exactly of high concern right now. Oh, it's more collectible bones. There's the mining spot over here. I know we need the malachite ore too. Which we might need to go into the lava caverns for. Might need to. I don't fully recall where to get that stuff. Malachite ore. Rise. Yes, it looks like we'll need to go to the lava caverns for that. Oh, that isn't the game. Dude. Cool. And I think that just got us up to Hunter rank 80, actually. I'm fine with that. Oh yeah, right, we've got the request on someone, probably in the normal area. Oh yeah, Hunter rank 80, nice. Let's see. Gerardo shard. Okay. With the Dragon Dance Parasol. Okay. I'm fine with that. Alright then. So, a little bit of extra Kazu gear. Hello. Did get what we needed. Good. Cool. Looks like we should be good. One pale bone there, one pale steak there. And then we just need the lightning sacks there. Okay. We just need some malachite ore then, so let's just do a little bit of a mining adventure. We'll pretend we're a dwarf and that we're digging a hole. Doop. May as well go and grab some stuff here too. Just for the food. Just in case. Order the usual. Go. Much better. And I guess something that I should also try and discuss a little bit more. Because I know lately, my YouTube ends up just finding one singular topic and then just advertises almost everybody in that entire niche to me. Before, it was just the Pokemon stuff, because like I watch it and play a lot of Pokemon stuff, because it's a very brain-dead game to just kind of chill out with. But lately, I've been watching a lot of D&D stuff, which is always fun. And just getting to hear about the stories that other people have ended up going through. It would be interesting if I could... Well, hosting a D&D game is definitely a little bit different, especially hosting it on a stream, as that ends up being a bit chaotic. But maybe one of these days I'll figure out how to DM and then invite some buddies, and then maybe we can play it and I can get some more stories that way. Because I know for now I've only played in a few games at most, where I've had the current character that I'm playing, which is the Forge Cleric, who is slowly leaning into Paladin, which I'm not sure what my DM is doing with that campaign, but I told him about the subclass stuff and he told me not to worry about it, so we'll have to see how that actually goes. I'm actually going to need a bit of malachite ore to make the Kezu horn. Let's see here. Forge Clerics are neat. Forge Clerics are neat. It's nice just getting free heavy armor proficiency for just praising the Forge God, as well as just being able to make whatever you wanted daily with your channel divinities. Nice. Need a little bit more, though. Although, I haven't used it as much because my DM is giving me a few extra things to use my channel divinity with, because we find enough materials that I'm usually just manually making stuff, as is. Because we ended up just having a fairly large dragon raid. Or, not dragon raid. We had a raid on one of the cities where we ended up killing a dragon golem-esque thing, or a worm golem-esque thing. And that reminds me, I wanted to theory craft Forge Cleric Artificer. Forge Cleric Artificer? That'd be an interesting combo, at least. But what would be the benefit of that? Because Artificer does let you make guns if your DM allows guns to exist within your world. So that part I get. Would you be going, like, Ballista Artificer, so that way you get the Eldritch Cannon too? Because the Eldritch Cannon doesn't really help Cleric as much. The Eldritch Cannon is more for, like, Sorcerers or Warlocks. But I know there's some other combos you can use with Artificer. I know on my side what I'm trying to put together is a Hexblade Warlock Artificer, where it is just going to be optimizing Eldritch Blast on the Warlock side of things, but the Artificer giving you the Eldritch Cannon to fire stuff out of is a relatively good bonus for Eldritch Blast. Because it basically just gives you a free, I believe, extension on range with the Eldritch Blast Cannon. And that way he can have a gun and then the tiny Eldritch Cannon. So if I'm able to get the Eldritch Blast on a cantrip, then he'd be able to shoot with one gun normally and then Eldritch Blast with the other gun. But I think that would require some sorcery stuff as well. Or just somehow getting extra attack in there, which maybe Hexblade gives you, but I'm not sure. Oh, this is a place I don't normally go to. Oh, hey, there's fish. Neat. Yeah, the idea is to make a Kenku Artificer at first. Haste doesn't do that anymore? No, sadly it does not. I would need to get something a little bit better off. Because the idea, at least, would be to grab... I think it's either 3 levels in Sorcerer to get your in meta magics, right? So 3 levels in Sorcerer, 3 levels in Artificer, and then dump everything else into Warlock. So that way you've got the Eldritch Cannon. I'd have Quicken Spell to use as a, if I need to pop someone, I can pop someone. because then you can shoot with your gun as your action, and then quicken spell Eldritch Blast to use as your bonus action. And that way you're getting your gun's damage plus whatever the hell you buffed your Eldritch Blast up to. And then in the meantime, you can just build your Eldritch Blast up in terms of your Warlock levels. And if your Charisma's up high enough, then you can just... It'd be a weird build, but it would basically be like building a Warlock off of Dex and Charisma and dumping everything else. So that way you would end up having good gunnery skills, and you would have basically sex appeal. So you'd functionally be making James Bond. I probably shouldn't make it a Kenku if I'm going that route, but you're basically just building it good for gunnery, good for sexy times. But your main goal in life is just, oh hey, I have a gun. And with the changes they've made to Kenku at the very least, thanks to the newest guides, it's sad that mimicry is no longer required for them to talk, but I feel like you can just talk with your DM and be like, yeah, you can still do that if you want, because that's more fun. Because it's more interesting just having a very confused Birdman roaming around the town, just trying to figure out what's going on, just squawking at people, compared to just having an eloquent, oh yes, hello there, I come from the nest over yonder. May I help you with something today, ma'am, madam, or monsieur? Instead, it's just better to walk up to someone and go, squawk! Or just cock your head, waiting for them to say something, just that way you can yell it right back at them. It's a weird absence of flavor to take out, to be honest with you, but I guess that's what they want to do. Just because most players may not, or most vocal players may not have actually wanted to do that. Because it limits how much roleplay a Kenku can do because you're weak and uncreative. There we go. Now let's see. Do I have enough Malachite now? 5. I believe I needed 3 for the daggers, and I needed 3 for the horn. So we should be fine? Yep. And when I tried playing the Kenku, I'd take note of any odd phrases the party said, then I'd try to replicate them and communicate. It was so hard, but funny when I wasn't screwing it up. That is kind of the benefit of having your Kenku buddies around, to be honest with you. They don't get to talk much, but when they do, it's usually kind of stringing together incoherent words with certain inflections to make it not make legitimate sense in a sentence. But that's the only way that a bird can communicate. Because it would end up being something along the lines of like, yes, why hello there, madam. How are you doing today? Although a little bit more squawky. Oops. Because the entire point of mimicry is that you're mimicking the exact things that you heard. You don't get to change tonal inflection. Which is where the silliness can kind of come up with Kenku and mimicry. Oop. Somnicanth? I guess Somnicanth is in the volcano. That's fine. Yeah, I think for the gunlock, it would end up being a Kenku with 3 levels of Sork, 3 levels of Artificer, and then everything else in Hexblade. But it would start off as an Artificer, just being a bird who liked to make things. Because he's a smart bird, quote unquote. Depends on how stats would end up going on that, but he would be smart enough to make stuff. And he'd learn how to make a gun, because what bird doesn't want to make a gun? Hello. Give me more Malachite. Cool. That should probably be enough. If not, then I will be horribly sad. That's fine. Hey. And I think the way I would end up playing the Kenku Gunlock would end up being something along the lines of he has his gun. Over the course of the campaign, I might also just drop the sorcerer stuff, and that way he can Eldritch Blast when he needs to, and then he can just shoot the gun when he needs to. Just so that way we can just pump everything into Hexblade, or Fighter for all that we need. For the action surge. But he would be just a Kenku who's good at making things and fiddling with technology, because that makes it a little bit more interesting. Upgrade. Upgrade. Ooh, that's a problem. Then I need the lightning sacks. Okay. I also do like the look of the Kezu blades, although you can't see them in this outfit. Alrighty. Master rank. I need to hunt your local Kezus, please. Womp. Alright, let's go grab our... those. We'll be a little bit better prepped for the Master rank Kezu, but we'll have to see. Let's see. 8 points. Usual. Dongo. 1. Go. Not all of it. Just feet and marksman. Oh, that's bad. That's quite bad. But, yeah. One of these days I'll have to see if I can get that Kenku into a game. Even as just an NPC if I do learn how to run games on my own terms. Because just having a wandering Kenku with a gun would make for a relatively interesting NPC, I feel. Because he'd just be chattering to himself about how good his gun is, and then someone would walk up to him and be like, your gun's not that great, and he just pops it into existence and just blows a hole through a wall. It's like, what do you think now, punk? And that would be fun. With the Forge Cleric I have right now, he's going to end up being basically just a holy fighter of the Forge at the end of the day. So as long as he can protect his friends, then he should be fine. Should be also well noted that I'm currently at 24 AC on that character. So it's very hard for common enemies to hit him. Because I've at least partially tried to build him well, but not optimize it completely. Because there are some things I could do to get that up to 26 if I wanted to. Yeah, little Dwarven Forge Cleric is just kind of here to say no to all of your hopes and dreams. But the entire point of that character was to be our frontline tank, because we didn't have anyone to be our frontline tank. So instead of being the normal option of I'm just going to grab a barbarian and have some fun, I decided, okay, well we're missing a healer, and we're missing a frontline tank. So why don't I just make a Forge Cleric, because I have all the time in the world to heal people while I'm blocking enemies. Oh. Eventually we did actually get a proper healer to help out, but we kind of survived. No one died. We got close a few times, but no one died. But he is very much there to just kind of protect people and send the blessings of the Forge onto others, and I guess the debuffs as well as the Forge onto others, because I was given an ability that lets me forge buffs and debuffs onto enemies. Whop. Hello, buddy. So we're having fun with that, at least. And I get to protect people, so that I get to finish my modus operandi. Nope. Now, can I stick that in your leg? There we go. I'm glad that attack of opportunity on spellcast is no longer a thing in D&D, which was in through 3.5. Oh, yeah, there's a few things that probably are better off staying in 3.5. Damn it. One thing that I'd be curious about, because I do still have the books for it, but I'm half wondering if the people that I talk to about D&D normally end up knowing what Pathfinder is, and if they would actually want to run it. Well, because Pathfinder is hell. but it's a comfortable-ish hell. And he kind of fixed it? Okay. Well, kind of fixing it is better than just not having it at all, so that's at least a good thing. Oh boy. You got a lot harder when I went up to Master Rank, huh? Oh boy. I hate that that can hit me while I'm just sitting underneath him. Oh boy. Just gonna... There we go. That's a bit better. Now, can I get a hold of that face? Not like that. Nope. There we go. There's a nice boom. And I don't want that to hit me. Please, thank you. Nope. Now, what else can we do? Oh, he's leaving already. You're not a very focused Kazu so far. That's fine. Gives me time to just kind of collect stuff. Cool. Hey, stiff bone. Cool. We'll probably need the frozen stiff bone for something. What other characters have I had in the past? So I guess in terms of active characters at least, this was a campaign that kind of fell through relatively quickly since most of us were still kind of in our developing portions of our lives. And the campaign was not ran the best, I want to say. Not in a bad way, but splitting your party at the start of the campaign never exactly helps. Oh boy. It's still drifting a little, and I don't want to play with a drifting controller. I mean, fair. Playing with a drifting controller is... Damn it. Playing with a drifting controller is always just a pain, so I can't really fault you there. I don't suppose you have, like, Joy-Cons you could use, or something along those lines. Oh, that's rude. That's fine. Getting flashbacks to the time I had to be the party healer as a wizard. Wizards can't heal, though, no matter what you do. Oh, is that Tetra? Hi, Tetra. Welcome to the party, buddy. Or at least for a second. All I had was a couple of necrotic spells in the healer feed. Oh. I actually kind of want Tetradon to bully Kezu. Dude, oh, that's a tiny Tetradon too. Holy crap. Up. It's like that. And wizards can heal. They can give a few temp HP and almost kill themselves to get health to others. Okay. I mean, if that's how you want to run your wizard, I'm not going to stop you. Pop. Yeah, that wasn't going to end well. Can I get that off? No. Come on. Oh boy. You are not doing so well, Tetradon. Come on. Nope. Lost it. Oy. I need to get better with Tetradon. I mean, all things considered, Solace, it's quite nice of you to spend your D4 of health healing other people. Nope. I'm sure everybody appreciated being tickled with your healing spells. Please stop hitting me with your extendo neck. Nope. And turn around. Pop. Now what else have I done? I think the character... Oh yeah, I was talking about the game that fell through way too quickly because we had to be adults, and we didn't really want to be adults at the time. But that was a campaign that ended up being a split party between a lot of different people. And just kind of run concurrently in the same world, and then we were expecting to join each other in the same party eventually, which never ended up happening, unfortunately. But I was playing a bit more of a folk hero barbarian, which was always an interesting idea in my head. Which, what we did was, we were doing the roll 4, keep 3 system, so we got a little bit lucky with our stats, and I did end up rolling 18 on one thing, so I ended up putting that in my strength, and then I went as a mountain dwarf, which means I got an extra 2 strength, so I was able to just start that game at 20 strength, which was a little bit ridiculous. No. And what ended up happening was our first, like, main encounter as a pair was going to be fighting a monster which had kind of taken over a town. But what ended up happening was we had set up the trap for it, which was, like, a lot of oils and a lot of, like, slickening agents to try and light the thing on fire. And we spent like a day with the town guard just trying to get this to all work. And then night of the attack, the monster comes in, it lands in our oil trap. My character comes up and hits it 3 times and it dies. Without even setting off the trap properly. So my character was strong. My character was unnecessarily strong. And it was kind of funny. Also because of the fact that I was able to have an improvised kind of homebrew weapon because of how my folk hero story ended up coming out, where I was a dwarven woman who was kind of kidnapped by this large conglomerate to be stuck in the mines for a long period of time, and just... Whoops. No. We were stuck in the mines, just, you know, doing as dwarves do. And then after a while of just, like, basic slavery nonsense, I kind of just rose up from everything and said, no, you know what, F this. I'm saving these kids, goddammit. I'm a, like, 300-year-old mom. I'm not allowed to just watch these kids suffer during all this. So what ended up happening is I just took my pickaxe and I just killed the guards of the mines with it. So, as part of... Oh, Jesus. Oh, that's close. Way too close. What I was allowed to do, at least, was that I was allowed to have a pickaxe as a weapon, which... Oh, I'm stunned. That's bad. Oh, I'm so dead. Not dead. Oh boy. Which I think from what we equated it out to was that it was a warhammer, basically, but it did piercing damage instead of bludgeoning damage. Because, I mean, it's a pickaxe. Oh. I need to get rid of that lightning debuff. Which served us relatively well. But it just worked for flavor, and then I didn't have to worry... Well, I had to worry about skeletons, but... Yep. But it was an interesting character. It was very much, I am a murder hobo, don't worry about it too much, but it worked. Jesus. Why does your chip damage do so much, Kezu? But sadly, that campaign did not make it past a few sessions, so that character is just kind of sitting on the back burner now, waiting for another game to be played in. Maybe one day I'll be able to use her, but having a 20 strength dwarf at level 1 may not be accepted everywhere. But we'll see. My sharpness is really that bad, huh? Alright, Pupper. I'm just gonna sharpen that. And then I believe I had one other main character, just because I have not been involved in a lot of D&D games, which, you know, sucks, but organizing a D&D game tends to be a little bit difficult when you're dealing with a lot of other people at the same time. Yeah. But my first character, which ended up being my main character, was my very, very heavy utility wizard. Which that campaign ended up going on for a decent amount of time. To the point where... Damn it. To the point where I did naturally learn permanence. And what I ended up doing with that character is I permanenced comprehend languages and tongues to myself. So if we ever needed to talk to someone, he was there to just kind of help out. Well, move. Just gonna do that first. But what that character was meant to be was a lore master wizard. So he was just collecting stories, trying to keep up on history and all that. And being able to speak languages made the most sense. And since that was my first ever game, my DM was being nice to me. And he allowed me the use of a small iron golem as like a pet. Damn it. I need to heal. Dude. Yeah, had a small iron golem at the start. He was cute. He was able to hold weaponry. He was a good lad. But throughout the campaign, as obviously as I could, I would try to upgrade him when I had the opportunity, which was expensive, obviously. This is a golem we're talking about here. But at around the halfway point of when that campaign ran, I had gotten him up to about a medium-sized golem. So he was about as big as just the rest of us, which was nice. And I had gotten weapons that were just helpful on crits, so no, that's bad. Let's see. I'm assuming that's a song, but I do not know the tune of it. Me say Dayo, daylight come and me won't go home. Yeah, I don't know that song, unfortunately, but welcome, Jasper. Hopefully the evening's running well for you. Choice of music aside. And hopefully nature is not trying to drown you, because that seems to be what it's doing for most people today. Oh. Wait, he just... Sir, you tried to shoot your load too early. What's up with that? There we go. Back up. I'm not even getting off what I need to get off either. Being awful rude, Kazu. Up. Cute bean. Well, that you are, Nano. And you always need to remember that you're a cute bean. And speaking of which, I should probably go to bed. I'm sure the rest of the week won't be that easy. Yeah, no, the rest of the week is probably going to be a bit of a pain, Solace, but have a good rest. We'll talk with you later, buddy. And hopefully work doesn't treat you too poorly on Thursday. Pop. Aw, we didn't get the dunk. That would have been great. Let's see. Just for the sake of the stream, I should probably finish the story. Because the Iron Golem thing wasn't actually done. Because throughout the rest of the campaign, at least, we had a rogue who was keeping track of our money. Which, not a bad thing. It actually helped us out a surprising amount. But it was mostly the fact that we had hopped around dimensions a little bit. So our money got tossed around a little bit too much. And what ended up becoming, let's see, a medium golem became a colossal golem after our rogue had quit the party and we saw how much money he'd been kind of stashing away on us. Up. Back up. It's Dayo, the Banana Boat song. It's a traditional Japanese or Jamaican folk song, popularized by its inclusion in Beetlejuice. Okay. Well, it has been a hot minute since I've seen Beetlejuice, so that would definitely explain why I don't remember it. Well, probably a good sign that I just need to watch Beetlejuice again, though, because it has been a hot minute. That still hit me, huh? Nope. Oh, I'm gonna move. A little bit. Nope. I just jumped into death on that one. Okay. Whoops. Oh, well, we're kind of here for mats anyways. Alright, puppy. Puppy? Oh, I guess you needed to heal too. Sorry, puppy. Watch party time. It'd be interesting if I had the time to do a watch party. Unfortunately, a busy freezer I am, whether I'd like it or not. Oh, Tetradon and the birdie are here. If it comes up, though, I can definitely let you know, Jasper. Shoot. Mr. Kazu. Where are you? You definitely got a dunk on me once, but I'm not going to let you do it again, because that was my own fault. Yeah, of course you leave as soon as I get here. Jerk. Alright, that's fine. Come here, you wrinkly little dog penis. I'm gonna cut you down. Well, I do need your sacks anyways, so... we will be killing you. I should be able to kill you with dual blades at the very least. Oh, and thank you for the quack, Nano. Hopefully you're enjoying your time being a duck. Just don't ask if there's any grape juice. I'm not sharing any of mine. Do-do-do. Yeah, that was close. Can't touch it with that either. Do that. There we go. Oh, I missed. That's not good. You've evolved into duck. A duck is one of the more terrifying beasts in the world, Nano. So I'd say it moves you up the food chain relatively well. You're now Nano Duck. Nano Duck is a good stat block at the very least. Eldritch Horrors are afraid of you now. Eat that. You're fine. Eldritch Horrors are afraid of you. Cats will also avoid you. But that's because you're not a source of food to them. They are a source of food to you. Up. Oh, bot. Oh, I avoided that. Also, thank you for the pie, Jasper. I'm really trying to avoid certain phrasing on that, to be honest with you. Because the accidental thank you for the cream pie would probably not be very well liked from Twitch's censors. And then duck is everywhere. You're also fighting a flash duck. Imagine a duck, but it has the speed of a ninja. Damn it. Stupid electricity beam making melee harder. Whop. Oh, I'm actually out. Oh, crap. Nope. Oh, I read that wrong. Whoops. A flesh duck. I definitely read that incredibly wrong. Oh, I made your face red, Jasper. I mean, that's not that hard to do. Because at the end of the day, you are just here to be our little bottom buddy, aren't you? Nope. Oh, hey, I actually dodged it this time. Also, the little Gombi's here. Hello, buddy. I was hoping for an anvil to bonk you. Nope. Sadly, you just got another pie, Jasper. Nope. There we go. Friggin' Kazu. Just gonna do that. That should be fine. Oh, nice. Oh, that's not good. Perfect. Perfect. Oh. Come on. And thank you for the hydrate, Jasper. I'll try and grab that when I can. You picked an actually relatively decent time for me to not worry on the duck nano. Because I wasn't really controlling Legomi during that. But thank you for your duck usage. We very much appreciate it. The Porygon does deserve to get a little bit of extra love during all that. Also, I guess I probably should take a drink, now that I'm not getting whipped around by that little wrinkly bastard. Ah. Much better. But always remember to take care of your ducks, by the way. Another thing that has been brought to my attention is a YouTube channel called Seduction, which gives you an in-depth tutorial on how you're supposed to be taking care of your duck, including how to pick up your duck and how to not scare your duck. And I've so far found it to be relatively entertaining. So if you ever feel like getting in touch with your more duck side of things, I do heartily recommend that channel. And I might have to post some of their shorts in the Discord just so that people can find it a bit easier. Oh boy. You gonna go for double tap? Oh, that still hit. Nope. There we go, that's the last one. Oh, Jesus. Oh. We'll take that. And your tummy hurts, so I'm gonna go see if I can find some 7-Up for fast delivery. Can you get an Uber driver to get you some 7-Up? And maybe some ginger pills? Oh. Nope. I always wanted to raise some ducks. It does seem like ducks would be a relatively difficult thing to raise, which is unfortunate. But I guess if you ever get the opportunity. Nope. No, that's a scream. I'll have to do that. Oh, shite. Feeling that? Been raising chicks for a while now, but I heard ducks are harder to raise. I think ducks are only harder to raise because they're a lot more rambunctious than a lot of other birds, if only because of the fact that they are... You can break Kazu's feet? Huh. I feel like just full-on ducks, at least, are just going to be a little bit more temperamental than chicks. Chicks are still finding out the wonders of the world. Ducks know the kind of shite that's going to be pulled on them. Damn it. Run. Shit! Okay, we're good. Oh. Damn, I thought it'd be far enough. That's fine. Although, one thing I can say that is nice to see is ducks with boots. Ducks with boots is a very cute thing. Nope. Nope. Hey, we got it. Cool. That would have been annoying if you actually flew off there. Alright, now please give me your sacks, Kazu. Preferably 2 of them, if you could. That is extract. That's a no. There's one. Perfect. Also, the recreation activities are more demanding, I think. Yeah. That would make sense just because they are a much bigger creature. Because ducks are kind of the size of a dog, if you think about it. Maybe not like a German Shepherd or a... Not a Rottweiler. What's the dog I'm thinking of? German Shepherd, Dobermans, and... whatever the big mountain dog is that I can't seem to remember. But they're probably more akin to like a Dachshund in size, in terms of width at least, and taller. So they do need to kind of just waddle around those little feet a little bit, because you gotta hear that nice little every so often, just so that way you can have your duck be nice and well exercised. I'm glad I got the lightning sacks from the actual carving. That would have been screwed otherwise. Ow. Okay, arm. Alrighty then. So, upgrade, dual blades. Ding ding ding. Upgrade. Cool. Now with the hunting horn, I've got enough for the Kezu horn? That's the regular hunting horn. There's the Kezu horn. No. Then I need one more pale stake for that one. And then, again, 2 lightning stakes for the master rank one. Okay. When we're done hunting with the Mizitsune, we'll probably try to go after the... yeah, Lady Blacksmith. You could say that she's nice and... she's very well defined. She's very hot. And at the end of the day, she is just trying her best to service your weaponry. Service your tools, I guess is the better way of putting it, isn't it? Well, gather bone piles. Gather ore. Gather mush. No. No. That's probably fine, and that will eventually be fine. Oh, I meant to actually grab thing. High rank? Here. There we go. Alright, Kezu, I have the weapon that's actually good against you. Hey, other what side? Hopefully you're enjoying your lurk so far. Neat. I should also try and hunt some more of the mastering guys just to get some armor choices, just so that way I can have stuff for dual blades as well. Yeah. This is the hot blacksmith lady for you, by the way, what side, if you're just ever so curious as to what she looked like. I like the little nose guard on their little goggles, though. They're nice. Oh. There we go. Alrighty. Now let us hunt the Mizitsune with its natural weakness. And I'm not 100% certain what side, but have you played a lot of Monster Hunter in the past? I'm not asking you to join or anything, but I am just idly curious about your potential experience with the franchise. Just from one bot to another. You could say brothers in code. Give me all of your herb. And give me the attack buddy. Also, I am taking the extremely long route, but that's honestly fine. This is mainly just to collect some extra stuffs. I have played 0 Monster Hunter. I have seen others play a little. Okay. It's always just worth checking, because I'm obviously going to say that I like Monster Hunter, and at the very least, if you see it on sale and you enjoy what you see, then I'm recommend picking it up. But that's kind of the obvious streamer shtick, so that way people can get more interested in the stuff that you like. Dude. Especially considering your boss monster, Carnage, is not necessarily everybody's cup of tea. And it'd be a little bit rude of me to try and force that on other people. Well. But we'll probably be playing this for a little bit, at least. I do kind of want to get to the Master Rank stuff while on stream, but with how long it's taking us, I'm not sure when we'll get there. Drink. Damn, can't even get that. You rude little water fox. Time for dinner lurk. Alright, sounds good, Nano. Enjoy your solace sandwich. Oh, you're just being mean now. Okay. If you're... That hit me. You lucky son of a... Okay. There we go. Legs are getting tired too. I might need to take a bit of a break after this Mizu, if only to get up and grab some extra energy. Because unfortunately the batteries only last so long in this machine. Oh. Hello. Just bringing that tail right to me. I'll take it. Ow. Rude. That's bad. Womp. And I guess this is the important question for you, what side? But have you eaten today? Whoops. And so we'll just get some extra hits in, because we can't do anything about the roar. Nope. Now let's see here. Grab some more charge. You can do your spin cycle if you want, buddy. It's not gonna help you a ton. Those are para. This is why we get para, by the way. Makes this a lot easier. Up. There we go. Tail's at least broken now. Oh, not quite. I would prefer you to not run into me, Kisu. I love you, but I'm not exactly here to run after you. Nope. Really? That hit me. Rude little soapbox. Trying to remind gamers everywhere they need to have a shower. Oops. Ooh, that gives you so much speed. You have eaten? I usually eat the standard amount of meals. Okay. I probably should get a bit more of a standard set of meals in, but I do feel like it'd be better for me if I only had 2 meals a day. Mainly because I always forget about lunch anyways. Whop. And resharpen. Okay, I'm going to the right place. But I'll have to manage that a little bit. I'm thinking next year it's real high time that I need to actually start watching my body mass a bit. Just so that way I can still fit into these robo pants. Whop. It's nothing major, but I am very much used to being 130 pounds, and I'm definitely not that anymore. Dude. No, that was rude. You're not even the mastering Kezu yet. You should not be getting this easy of a hit out on me. Up. Oh, perfect. Thank you, buddy. There's all the Paradust, too. We are getting very lucky with those procs. Nope. Nope. Oh boy. We'll just take that. There's a tail. Breakfast and lunch sometimes merge into one meal for me on occasion, especially on the weekends when I sweep in way too late. I mean, if that's your reason for having brunch, then that honestly seems like a good thing, Whatside. If only because the weekends are kind of just half meant for you to sleep in a little bit. Nope, that's bad. Not gonna kill me though. Shit. Double shit. Run. This is why you avoid him when he's doing the back hops. Wait, how did I get that? Weird. Oh, can't get close to that. Well, probably getting more of those off, to be honest with you. Oh. Gonna have to ask you to stop, Mizu. Thank you. Coming on over. Gonna smack that face. And hope. Nope. That was bad. No. Oh, this is very, very bad. How did I get a first aid med plus? That's weird. Oh. Hello, sir. Just gonna stab that in. Perfect. Oh, I don't have another one. And there's another para. If this guy's face is not broken by the end of this, I will be heavily surprised. Dude. And I should probably try and break the body as well, now that I'm thinking on it. I eat around 4 to 5 a day. Can't really eat big one in one go. Okay, so you have like the snacky meals then. Like a sandwich or something similar. Pop. And not like big chunker meals. That can eat a lot more of your time. Haha, food humor. Pop. Pop. Poor Mizu just never knew what hit him. Just gonna go here. Can't dodge that. Up. I guess then, Nano, as a random question for your side, because I know this was a discussion I had with some buddies on a Splatoon-based discussion, but I'm wondering, since we've got the three-way Splatfest coming in Splatoon 3, whether or not we would have one that would be breakfast, lunch, or dinner. And I was half wondering what you might choose for that. Any sparklies? There's a sparkly. Hello. Because I know from most of our discussions, at least, most of us kind of fell on the idea of breakfast as the main meal. If only because there's a lot you can do during breakfast. And most of the common breakfast foods, like eggs and sausage and bacon and such, tend to be relatively good staples for folks. As well as waffles or pancakes. People very much love their waffles and their pancakes. Get F, Mizu. There we go. You can do so much damage. Oh, Misa's almost done. No, I'm getting triple bubbled. That's unavoidable. Go that way. I'd say lunch should be the biggest meal. Oh, it's not necessarily biggest. Yeah, I mean more like, what's your favorite meal out of the three? Come up. And your appetite's just a bit weird at breakfast. Oh, hey, we actually just murdered it. Okay. Ow. Alright, Axelom, I need you to go away, please. You'd still say lunch? Okay. Well, it's definitely not a bad thing. Lunch is definitely a more helpful one, because you're at least mostly awake during lunchtime. There we go. And that way you just have more options, because there is always brunch. There is always dinner, I guess, is the best way of saying that one. And that way you can either have something small, you can have something big. I'm just sharpening my knives on my dog. Rude. And you like brunchy foods? Brunchy foods are nice, because I find most of the brunchy foods are there's very, like, supremely filling meals. Just so that way you can not have to worry between brunch and dinner. Dinner? Yeah. Or whatever the combination between lunch and dinner is, because I don't think lunner sounds any better than dinner. Hey, there's the water orb. Thank God. Bop. Lumper. I feel like Lumper would keep people away from that time of meal. How long have I been missing out on this? I mean, if you're eating 5 meals a day, Nano, you're probably having dinner without your prior knowledge. Because it would basically act the same as brunch, just you're having it in between what a standard lunchtime would be and where a standard dinner would end up being, right? Fudge, what did I need that for? I needed that for the water hunting horn. Yeah, now I just need the money. Shop. Hello. Sell item box. I believe sort. There we go. That should help out a little bit. Weapon, hunting horn. Yay. Oh, wow. Okay. Now, no? Mainly because I'm a little bit curious about the knives as well. Ooh. Those are unnecessarily sexy. Alamud, why do you have good-looking dual blades? Also because you'd have to forge them just off of base Alamud. Okay. And then Zenogre knives. I'm not sure if I want to go after the Zenogre Jasper again. But probably wouldn't hurt to get those. We have the Kezu ones, though. Do we need the Zenogre ones? Not really. Breakfast, second breakfast, brunch, lunch, dinner, all dessert, midnight snack. Breakfast, second breakfast, third breakfast, dinner. So yeah, I kind of like how Nano has it sorted a little bit more, just because breakfast gives you a little bit more options. Like, it's accepted for you to have cereal at dinner, but you're not necessarily expected to have cereal during lunch. What other daggers do I usually get? Dawn Moon. Really, the Axonon. Why do you just get rifles? Alright, bird. Captain Crunches. Oops, all breakfast. Captain Crunches is a very, very dangerous cereal, though. Can we just be real on that front for a second? Frost Sack. What would have a Frost Sack? Then Nova Crystal, and then nothing. Oh yeah, the chainsaws. The Thunder Tree, even though it's got weaker thunder than Kezu. And the ore tree was just axes. The Arzuros axes, which actually give you a lot of slots to work with. That's actually kind of surprising. Anjanath, the bone ones. Keep forgetting Daimyo Hermitor has them. Hey there, Izo. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully the evening's treating you alright so far. You've missed our discussion point of whether or not breakfast, lunch, or dinner is the best meal type. And I would pose the question to you, if only because that's fair. There's crab. Small crab. There's big crab. There we go. And I think some people have a dawn snack also. I think a dawn snack would be something along the lines of, like, coffee? Like, coffee and toast, maybe, would be a good dawn snack, or tea and a biscuit would work out well, too. And I think lunch is the best. So that's 2 votes for lunch at the very least, because Nano's also on the lunch train. Hi. Would you like to state your case, Cizo? In this very clear and obvious court of law where you need to defend yourself with every fiber of your being, lest the VTuber gods come down and smite thee. Nice. Although I probably should take my break, shouldn't I? We've been going for nearly 2.5 hours now, and I haven't really stood up. Oh, there's the neck crack. That's a dongo? That is, in fact, a dongo. It's a dongo with a face on it to make it look cuter. Crab. I've never ate a dongo. Thank you for the head pats. What side? Dongo is an interesting treat, from what I at least researched. Just because it's a... What's the best way of phrasing it? It's like a rice pudding. You basically crush rice together, you make it into an almost doughy-like substance, and then you have the flavoring mixed in while you're putting the dongos together. It's honestly a relatively good idea, and it ends up being like a neutral but sweet flavor most of the time, unless you end up adding some kind of sour ingredient in there. But yeah, I should probably just take care of myself. So I'm going to take a quick, like, 5-ish minute break. Best for you to... Brain, please reconnect. We're almost there. Best for you to also stand up and stretch and maybe grab a bit of second dinner or, oops, all dessert in the meantime. But I'll be back in a bit. Alrighty then. We good there, volume? Looks like we're good. Hello again. Now let's see here. Let me bring up the right window. There we go. Let's see. Are we discussing a little? The Dongo? Dongo is an interesting one, I feel. It's not something that I've had either, just because I don't have the best of access for it. But it does seem like it'd be good. Definitely a good treat at the end of the day. Oh, I don't even need to hunt Hermitor for this. I just need to hunt the tiny Hermitors for this. Whoops. May as well be efficient. Master rank, expedition tour, jungle. There we go. Let's just be efficient with this. Manage equipment, items. There we go. Should also add those to the tracker. Oh, I passed him. Hold up. Where are you? There we go. Add this. I need to fish list. Cool. Alrighty then. So we need to kill a couple of crabs, a couple little crab boys, and then grabbing some fossils, which I think those are in the main desert, but could be off. I think today we'll kind of just relax a little bit and work on crafting some weapons, because now that we're in Master Rank at least, I would kind of like to show off the dual blade stuff, because I kind of miss playing it from Generations, to be completely honest. Where is that? Is that all the way up there? Oh. It is. Hello. Dude. Granted, considering we're just on an expedition quest, we're not exactly looking for a ton of stuff right now. Oh, there's little crab buddies. Hey there, I need your shells, please. Sorry, little crab buddy. I don't mean to completely school you, but... There we go. 2 crabs down for the benefit of people who are afraid of crabs. Oh. Also, oh. Okay, game. I guess we're still just on the lookout for crabs, then. Also, hello, Anjanath. Hello, Royal Ludroth. Hopefully you're doing alright, Master Rank Anjanath. We've had some good times together. I hunted more than enough of your kin for you to hate me. And then you're just actively gonna go out and murder the poor guy. That just feels mean. But none of my business, so goodbye. Let's see here. There's a little crab buddy. Oh. Hello, crab friend. Now, are you gonna be nice and leave me alone? Rathian, I'm not even after you. I'm after the tiny crabs. Oh, you're not being nice. Oh. Oh god. Gotta be careful. Is the Catch You in 4K monster still in this game? Catch You in 4K. I don't know who you mean by that, actually. Would you care to define the monster in 4K? Oh. Nope. Oh boy. Oh, nice. We actually got the mount off. We'll take that. Up. Then turn. Up. Then turn. Perfect. And then go after this. I'm mildly surprised I didn't get the parry off on you yet. You almost seemed just as easy to parry. Nope. There it is. Up. There we go. Not good. And then 1 second, look it up. Alright, sounds good, Nano. Oh boy. Damn it. Antidote. Oh boy. That would have killed me if it had. Oh boy. Oh, she's leaving already. Alright, well, we poked her enough to bully her out of the crab area. And here come all the crabs. Hey, little guys, I need stuff off of you, please and thanks. Called Tsitsiaku. Oh, that guy. I'm fairly certain Tsitsiaku is not in this one now. That was specific to World. We also had more than enough little guys, so it makes sense. That's why we don't have him anymore. But if that makes it better for you that he's not in here, then I guess congrats. These guys not actually drop this? No? Okay. I've just been getting extremely unlucky with it. Fair. Gonna grab that. Thank you. And more crabs on land. I mean, I liked the guy. Ow. Well then, my apologies then. Unfortunately, the cute little flash demon is no longer in the game. Although they may have him again in another one. You never know. Well, not in some situations, but I like it overall. It is a good design. I'll at least give you that much. Because having a monster who does actually have photosensitive light in its design is smart, considering not as many things get to flash us. Which phrasing on that is probably not great, but I leave that open, just in case. But it is an interesting design at least, so maybe in the future we'll get another one or we'll get a variant on one, because having a monster that flashes you is just a good change of pace. Where are all the bones? Bones, bones. There we go. Bone pile. There's not that many on this map. Looks like most of them it's underground too. Do 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 do. Gonna check for some bones. Let's see. There's one way back there, and then there's two up there. Okay. Let's just go over here and see if we can get that dragon bone relic here if we do need to go to the desert to actually lock that one down. Let's see. So this would be the area. Oh. we go. Hello, Mr. Bones. Where are you? Looks like nothing specific. Mandragoras, okay. Nothing wrong with getting those guys. Oh, there's stuff at the top of the tree, isn't there? They're gonna be one of those hidden relics up there. Shoot. Let's see. That's a lot of little buggy boys. Oh, shite. Oh, I can't climb that. Really? Why can't I climb that? Weird. Alrighty, so maybe it's locale? Okay. Not sure what changed, but that's fine. Let's see here. Bones, bones. Where might I find the deepest, dankest bones? Probably not here. Although, interesting looking villa that I can jump off of. There is apparently something over here, though. Up this way. Ah, there we go. Hello. Okay, we can get that here. Sweet. Alrighty. Well, I guess we can make our water one for now, then. Although Mizutsune would be a good one, too, but Mizutsune is going to require probably the same point of grabbing the purple orbs. Which I don't necessarily mind doing, but... Actually, I don't really mind that much, because the Mizutsune daggers are just cool looking. Dude. Sweet. Building up our knife collection relatively well. Let's see here. Would we want to do a drawing challenge today? That's a good question. Maybe let's just see where we are with our crafting craze. Because we've got a good electric one for now. We can now make this. So now we've got water ones with good sharpness, I'd say. There is the Almud set. Mizu has a set too. Where are those? There we go. But not as much water on them. It's actually stronger and has more water than the Mizu daggers do currently. So I'm assuming the Master Rank ones will be better. Oh, that has affinity. That's the main difference. Okay. Anjanath is not good. The bone ones are okay, but you kind of want crit. The Diablos ones are not that good. Diablos dual blades are interesting, but they are not that good. Toby ones are also not that good. They also just look ugly. There's actually a Royal Ludroth one just based off of the Master Rank one. Okay. Those would have better water and about the same attack, but it does lose its defense thing. Somnicanth stuff, we haven't beaten the Master Rank Somnicanth yet, nor can we actively fight it. Lagombi would at least give us ice, but then Magnamalo. I would need to just demolish Magnamalo a lot. Actually, not even that much. Ah, that's what's stopping it from Magnamalo. Okay. I believe these are kind of needed, but... Shell, Scute... I believe I can get the Scute as a part of low rank. Right? And then that's high rank. Do we want to hunt him? and get his dual blades. Just that way we've got a dedicated blast set. Hunter's notes. Large monsters. What is his name? Magnamalo. Scoot. So Scoot is a thing, as long as he breaks stuff, which is probably his arms. Because those look like claws. And then we'll need the purple orb, which I guess we've gotten one in the past, but we've probably used it on the hunting horn. And then a 3% drop from carves or cap. I mean, we could try it. What's he weak to? He is weak to water. I guess that's not that surprising, actually, that he's weak to water. Well, we did just kind of come across some water daggers, so... Whop. Granted, it looks like a sword and shield, but it is very much dual blades. Let's see. Low rank. Where is the angry purple fox dog thingy? Shoot. Let's go bully him a little bit and break his arms off. As well as cut his tail off, because I feel like that's gonna help in the future. Marksman Defender. Okay. We take those. Let's see. Up. Much better. Okay. Maybe we'll see about getting a couple of Magnamalo hunts in, and then maybe to celebrate we can try and draw a Magnemite, depending on how long we have left. It'll very much depend on how these hunts go, though. Oh, you're all the way over there. Sure, that is across the map. Doot doot doot. Maybe we'll just do one little hunt. I do kind of just feel like drawing a Magnemite today anyways. And let's see if we can get what we need off of the low rank boy, just so that way we can make the low rank equivalents of the daggers. Hey Rathian, how's it going? Oops. Sorry puppy, didn't mean to get off you. Come back. Dude. No, don't worry, Rathian. I'm not going to be bothering you. I've got a water weapon this time, not an electric one. Dude. Hello, little spider babies. And we'll have to see if the poison from Pupper will come in handy. There we go. Later, spider buddy. Also, the game is a good reminder. I can't actually open my windows anymore. Because of all the rain, a lot of spiders have just kind of escaped their way into my windows. So I can't really open them up without letting a flood of spiders into my apartment, which is not wanted, exactly. I like spiders conceptually. I do not like them in my presence. But that is going to be a problem for tomorrow, Jude, I think. Today, Jude won't have to worry about that. Hi. I guess I can dodge the low rank ones at least. I can't see where I am. That's alright. Just let me break your armor. Oh. Yeah, that's a launch. That's fine. Just gonna stick that into your armpit. Ow. Oh, I can't even do that. Okay. Let's see here. There's a feint. You're an unlucky dog, unfortunately. Well, Oh. Oh wait, actually. Oh boy. You just keep dodging that knife. That's quite rude of you, Magnamalo. Come on. Nope. Do that. A little bit of a kiss. I mean, you're allowed to, Magnamalo. There we go. There's a stun. Uh-oh. That's not good. Also not good. Where were you going with that, buddy? Oh, there we go. Just gonna grab that. Bit better. There we go. One arm broken. Get wrecked, you angry dog. Oh. Gonna need to see if I can build sharpness into this set. It might be worth getting rid of free meal, just so that way our daggers can not have to think too hard about how much durability we're going through during hunts. Also, speaking of... Oh, he went the other way. Whoops. I completely spaced on that. Doot. I'm coming, Magnamalo. You just went a weird way. Doot, doot. I'm coming, little angry buddy. I get that you feel like blowing up on the audience, but we're not here to let you. Not this time, at the very least. Oh, Raffina's in here. No, that didn't work. And then there's the stun, on one of them at least. I'll take that. Sir, you do not want to give me a Rathian to work with. And flip. There we go. Get one, or not. You should be knocked down, sir. Bop. Like that. And go to town on the arm. Oh, perfect. Pop. And now you're mountable. I'm sorry, buddy. We don't mean to clown on you that hard, but... Pop. Oh, not quite. Now what about that tail? Oh. Ow. That was rude, sir. Oh yeah, I need to actually be careful, don't I? This might still actually do a decent chunk of damage to me, whether I want it to or not. Oh, there's a tail cut? Question mark? That's a tail cut. Sweet. Now, can I break his face? Whop. There's your feint. You're allowed to do that. Don't recommend it, though. Pop. Oh, he's almost done. Ah. Yeah, that was an oversight. Oh, he's gone. No, he's not. Oh. Get up, buddy. You feel like running? Or can I do this? You really do not want me carving that tail. Like, I get it, but... just let me carve your tail, buddy. There we go. We'll take that. There we go. Sorry, Mag. He might actually die before we're able to break it. Oh, no, okay, we got it. There we go. Sorry, Magnamalo. You're just a tiny little baby in low rank, and we're ready for you. Now give me some of your scoots, please, and thank you. Bell, Ghost Prism. Oh, there goes Frank. And Scale. Alright, well, we'll see if we get lucky and get the scoots just off of the regular rewards. Oh. Look at this angry little doggo. Have some weapon poses. You know what? That looks fairly appropriate considering we've got a shield on this. We'll take that. Shoot. Battery like on you. We're good. Shoot. Now, let's see if we actually get what we need to make the daggers before I need to go hunting for the orb. There's a blade. Those are blades, apparently, and not scoots. That's a bit of a concern. They looked like claws, too. Did I just get unlucky? Weapon, knives. We need the poppy ones, please. Apparently that got us what we need for those. And then we only got the one scoot. Which is never a good thing. And for that one, that's just going to require some purple orb farming, so that one's going to take a bit. But that'll at least give us a dedicated set, compared to those, which will have negative affinity, which you don't want negative affinity on dual blades. Negative affinity on dual blades is just asking for a death sentence. And aside from that, I wouldn't mind making those as our ice ones. Although we do have those already. It's not in immediate need, since these are just conceptually better anyways. Wouldn't mind making those either. That's also Chameleos. But I think that's good enough for now in terms of the Monster Hunter stuff. So why don't I do a little bit of finagling and do a little bit of drawing. Just because I feel like doing a little bit of drawing. Make sure I don't get super rusty. Oh, actually, realistically, I should quit out of that first. There we go. Now let's see here. Want to make sure that we don't get immediately copyright striked when I do this. So you can go into that audio source. Shoot. Then I need the radio. Feel like giving that to me without me needing to click around? No, you don't. Okay. That's fine. What's a comm radio? Considering we're in the latter half of the night. Probably that. then I would like to listen to that as well. So, there we go. Alrighty then, let's grab some of our art stuff. I'll just change the category in a second, once I can actually get stuff going. Yep. Need you to move over, good sir. Cool. Let's get you open. Doot and doot. And I think it should still be set up for it. Cool. Art. Alrighty. That works for me. So let's see here. Where is my sketching brush? Whoop. Probably need something that's visible. Let's just make sure that I've got the chat open so that way I can see if anything pops up. So that and that. Cool. Hey, the Kenny. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully the evening's treating you alright so far. You're just encountering us while we're in a little bit of a down cycle at the moment, but how are things on your side? Bedtime soon? Yeah, that sounds about right. It's fairly late in the EST time slot, so I'm not supremely surprised by that for most people's ends. But hopefully you do enjoy your sleep when you do get to it, Kenny. Just because I know with the new schooling and all, you're probably going to need a little bit of extra help just surviving everything. The school is not easy, no matter what kind of schooling you're actually doing. Gotta make sure you do the orb first to draw a friend. Let's see. And I believe this size should work. We'll make him a happy boy. I've been going to bed around 9 to get back into a routine. That sounds about right. Admittedly, just trying to get back into a school routine is always one of the most awkward ones to actually get back into at the end of the day, because life in and of itself does not support a working schedule super easily, I feel. Yeah, we'll do it that way. And then we'll just have the magnet facing out that way. There we go. Now let's see how good I can actually get my lines parallel, because this does kind of matter with this section. That's a better thickness. Here. And then the schoolhouse, I want to be at 7 to get 8 hours of sleep and to work out at 3 a.m. That sentence may have broken a little bit. Let's see here. In the schoolhouse, I went to be at 7 to get 8 hours of sleep and to work out at 3 a.m. So you want to get 8 hours of sleep, so in order to do so, you have to go to sleep at 7 a.m. because you wake up at 3 to work out. Okay. I mean, it's always a good idea to actually get the early morning workouts too, because I'd imagine there's going to be significantly less people bothering you at the end or at the beginning of the day rather, because most people don't like being up that early. Up. Yeah, that's it. In the schoolhouse, I went to bed at 7 to get 8 hours of sleep and to work out at 3. Yeah. Just took me a bit of a second to just kind of compute that a little bit. My translators are a little bit off today, or at least this late into the night. There we go. One happy little magnet. Gonna move you over a little bit. And we just need to get, well, for one thing, happy magnet boy. Now let's see how much I can actually do this from memory. Because I can usually do magnemites relatively well from memory, as it's a fairly common blocky-esque shape. Or I guess more of a curved and rounded shape. That should be moved over. That's way too close. Get rid of all of that. Should make you a little bigger. There we go. That's better. I should probably start getting a bit more of an active routine in on my side as well, to be honest with you. If only because I feel like I've been dropping the ball a little bit. And I should probably take a little bit better care of myself at the end of the day. Otherwise, people will start to get angry at me for not following my own teachings. Whoop. There we go. That should do. Then I just need parallel lines. We do that. There we go. Let's see, my command, Syed. What would translate from Syed? Oh, we had to go to the gym, but if we woke up and worked out, then we didn't have to go, and I hate the gym. Oh no, I'm afraid to ask, but is the gym just in poor working conditions then? Or is it just the way that it's actually handled with the rest of the crew? I feel like hating the gym in your line of work is not necessarily a good thing. A little longer. And then that's a little bit lopsided. So there. This needs to come out to here. Shoot. Yeah, it's a bit better. Much better. No, I just hate working out indoors. Okay. That's fair. Working out indoors is not for everyone, that's for sure. Up. There we go. I literally ran 3 miles one day in the pissing rain, so I didn't have to go. Well, I admire your determination at the very least, Kenny. Very much admire the determination. Because I know not everyone would want to end up doing that. Especially in the pissing rain, actually. A lot of people would just be like, no, it's raining, I'm not going anywhere. I'm just gonna sit inside and have a beer. That's fine. Whomp. Now we just need to screw in our little boy a bit. So we get one in here. Try and make that as round as possible. I guess the bad question then, did you end up actually getting sick from going into the rain for that long? Especially for a run, because that's kind of just asking for a little bit of trouble at the end of the day. Make that a little bit flatter because of the angle. Up. There we go. There we go. Bit better. And then one chunky boy at the top. Which almost looks like a halo. And it probably is because he is a very good boy. Definitely doesn't work well with robots, but still a good boy. Up. There we go. I think that constitutes a magnemite, all right. And do that. Do that, and since this one's technically a bit bigger, gotta actively show the cut in that to make sense. And I guess for these guys too. Whoop. Then same thing here. There we go. Kenny is -5 out of 10 on the insanity meter, and I know I was in full uniform and rain gear and showered when I got home and gotta go to bed. All right, sounds good, Kenny. Enjoy your sleep, and best of luck with your schooling tomorrow. Let's see here. That's a little bit better. Definitely doesn't show as well, but that's basically a magnemite. A little bit chunky, but that's fine. Now let's see here. Probably should just do this with vectors just to make sure that the lines are nice and clean. I just use this. Nope, that's not the tool I use. Let's see. Yeah, that works. Shoot. We just do bit by bit at a time. Try to make this a nice round boy. Might be a little bit squished in places, but that's fine. Oh, actually I wanted to control those a little bit. Okay. Maybe it's best to just put this in a place where I can hide this a bit later anyways. Up. Mm. All right, that'll complete our curve at least. But let's just make sure this is the cleanest line that we can get. Which would include you and you. There we go. Gives us a mostly round ball. Realistically speaking, there is also just this. That would also make it a little bit more sense. 5 line? Shoot. That's mostly what we need. Just take that in a little bit. There we go. That's better. And then for these guys, we might want to do something similar a little bit. Let's see here. Circle, circle. So we do that. Although moving it over would be smarter. So different layer and do this. Just so that way we can actually line it up properly. Shoot. There we go. Get our nice curve going. Then move that up a bit. How can I get that same curve without having to redo the line fully? I guess like that. Might just be better to do it my way. Let's see here. Grab our line tool. There. I should try to do this line all in one, just to make sure this is relatively clean. Which is about there. Well, we get rid of a good portion. Shoot. And let's make you just a little bit longer. Up. That works. Then we just need to get a circle right here, which is not going to happen if I do that. It's not going to happen if I do that, apparently. What's the magic words I need? Right there. There we go. a mostly even magnet. No, you can come out, buddy. Will help me with drawing all of my straight lines. Up. Mm. Here. That might be a little bit too far. Hmm. Nah, that's fine. Oops. Then pretty much same thing can be done over here. Where I probably should just build a box. Box, rectangle. Roundness needs to be lower, lines. Just surprised it doesn't give me the option to turn it. Hmm. Oh yeah, it's not gonna work, is it? That's fine. Here. We'll just make our line there. Get rid of that, get rid of all of that. Mm, mm, mm. And that actually works. Getting better at eyeballing things at least. Mm. Then here. Then about a little more here. That works. Then up and up. Up. That should be fine. All right. Next step will be the giant eye, because that's just a circle again. Ellipses. Shoot. Try and grab that without grabbing the rest of the circle, if at all possible. Oh, no. That, this. No, actually. There we go. Oh, nope. That's not what I want. Try that again. Shoot. There we go. Better. Then this can be a different thickness, because that is just going to be for his eye. So it needs to be a little bit chunkier. Gotta make sure he's the happiest magnet around. He found someone's fridge to just kind of hang on to. So he's quite excited to just kind of sit there and not have to worry about feeding on electricity for a while. There we go. Happy little guy. And then we just need to worry about the added screws. They can also probably go on its own layer, just that way I can see things a bit better. Doot. Mm -hmm. Mm -hmm. Nope. Need you to just be a little bit tighter. Let's see here. That's good. That one might be a little bit too popped up, but that should be fine. Up. Then you. Honestly, I don't even need the continuous for this. Just better to do this. Because then I can just move it where I need it. And then kind of similar here. You're just a little bit more tricky. Oop. I'll have to trim that one a little bit, but we'll focus on the other one first. Yep. That one's actually a lot taller than it needs to be. Hold on. Up. Wrong layer. That's better. Cool. We'll take that. And then for you, we can get rid of all that. Cool. All right, let's see here. You will be the best helper, I feel. Because I need to freeform some lines. Doot. Up. There we go. Actually got a decent amount of time too, so wonder how much of a full render I can actually do on this. Doot. And oh, I'm drawing that on that layer. That's fine. This can go away. is I'll need to draw the other half in manually. There we go. So there would obviously just be kind of a chunk here just to hold on to everything, but I think the other half would be just kind of chilling like that. It's a little bit too big. At least on the bottom half. Let's fix that. That works. And then aside from that, I guess we just need the little buddy here. Big. Hmm. There we go. I guess I should probably do the same thing up here. Here. Then probably one more. Pretty much the same setup too. Hmm. There we go. There's a nice, mostly clean lined Magnemite for once. Here. Can I eyeball colors? That's a good question. I don't think I can on this one, so I guess now is the time where I actually grab a reference to see how close I actually am. Magnemite. Not too bad, actually. The screws are a little big, but that's fine. Shoot. That's at least the easiest part. So why don't we just do that first? This. Then honestly, can almost just kind of cheat and do that. There we go. Weight is good. Probably should just add all these into a group. There we go. You get to be a nice gray color. And we'll color you properly in a moment. Up. Happy boy. We'll just do some of our flats for now. That might make it a little bit easier in the long run. Oh, whoops. I missed a line. A couple lines, actually. Are the magnets on? Here, black. This, put it at 4, I believe. Here, here, here. And I think that's all of it. There you go. And pop, pop. That should work. Then you're a much lighter gray than what I recall. But this is kind of the older Ken Sugimori stuff, so that's not too surprising. Here. A little bigger. Up. And then those are technically not hard lined on. Do I want to fix that? Kind of. You can be a little bit bigger. For this, at least. Whop. For some reason, I thought the magnet lines were hard on, but I guess not. Guess it does make more sense. It does look a little bit cleaner, not having outlines break all that up. That's fine. Oot. There we go. Now let's see here. How do we keep that from getting completely filled in? Probably doing this. I can go under. Then oh, well, hello there, giant cut line. I missed you somehow. Do this or weirdly broken line. Oh, I put that on the wrong area too. That's fine. This a little bigger. There. And then on the bottom one on this magnet. Whoop. Grab you. Oh, hey there, Viper. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully the evening's treating you well so far. I was doing Monster Hunter before, but I'm thinking going forward, I'm probably going to try and get a little bit more art practice in, because I do kind of need it, unfortunately. But how are things on your side? And did you enjoy your D&D session tonight? That button. Does it? I thought I swapped it to art. Huh. Weird. You do you and rock what you rockin'. I do prefer it being changed over to art. Okay, I guess it just didn't go through when I pressed it the first time. Oh well. Maybe you took mine to refresh? Maybe. Maybe. It's either you needed to refresh or I didn't hit the button after I had set everything properly, which is fair, but not too much I can do about that. Yeah, how are things, Viper? You enjoying the week so far? And is it treating you alright? These can honestly just be the same. Shoot. Not that. There we go. And then kind of same trick, different way. Here. Here. Cool. D&D was something. We were trying a new system for a short one shot to let our main DM take a break between arts. Between arcs. Okay, that makes sense. It was a diceless, DM-less combat list system that's taking a lot of getting used to. That does kind of just sound like you're role-playing instead of playing D&D, which honestly is fair. That still works at the end of the day. That's gonna bug me a little, but that's fine. Yeah, it does kind of just sound more like you're role-playing than playing D&D at that rate, because if you don't have dice and you don't have the DM, then the only thing that you're doing is realistically talking to each other. Happy Magnemite. Yay, it's a happy little boy. He deserves to be happy too, because Magnemite's a good lad and deserves the extra little bit of happiness in his life. Interesting. There we go. Happy Magnemite is best Magnemite. Exactly. And Happy Magnemite is happy because Magnemite was actually allowed in Scarlet and Violet, which means that I get to have one of my favorite little lads along for the ride. Scarlet and Violet, which is not exactly why I'm drawing it right now, but it's a good reason to, because having an extra Magnemite asset does not necessarily hurt. Here. Also because he looks a lot more shiny, and he does kind of just get to enjoy that a little bit. There we go. Let's see here. Do that. Which will lead us into... Let's see, where is that? That is there. So why don't we do something like this, where we can just get a light shine on our magnet buddy. Oh. And then we can do something semi-similar with the shadows and just get a nice clean swoosh. It might be a little bit too hard. No, that's not actually too bad. Maybe double up on the lower end. Because if we're going to pretend like the light is upstairs, don't need our little Magnemite buddy being too bright down here. That should be fine. Because realistically, it's going to be about that big. And even then, whenever it's showing, like even on the stream preview, that's relatively good for the Ken Sugimori style of lighting, at least, on the Magnemite. Although we can probably get away with... Where am I right now? There we go. Let's see, just slightly lighter than like, that is basically the same color, isn't it? I have to go very bright for this to actually work. There we go. Good job, Magnemite. Also got to make sure that's clean, because we don't need extra blue on his eyeball. That's a little bit unsettling. Let's see here. What else can we do? We could probably do inside here relatively easily. Let's just see about our magnet friends, about getting those done. There we go. And then this all has to go above the color layers. I'm just gonna put those together. There we go. So, when it comes down to our light source, I probably should put a small arrow in here, shouldn't I? You are going to be the clipping layer. But we're kind of just pretending for now that our light source is kind of just coming in. That needs to go on the very top. Light source is kind of just coming in like that. Kind of just hitting off the top of our boy. And coming down at a relatively easy angle to read. So that would mean that the face is going to be getting a lot more light than anything else, and then this edge is going to be getting most of the light and the edging of this face, just because of how all the angles work. Up. Kind of deselected those by accident, but that's fine. There we go. All right, so on to here. We need our darker gray. Make sure we get all our shades in right. These are mostly going to be hard colored in, but we'll fix that as well. But we just want to do that first. Oops. Too much. Up. And then I guess just a darker version of that. So we do something like this. Just to give it a nice blue, blend it together with that. Oops. There we go. And then we won't exactly need it up there as much, but we could do something kind of similar. Get like a partial shading up there. And then a little bit on top. Because we're going to have the light coming in on most of this, so we don't need to worry too much about any of these guys. Because they're just here to jam and have a good time, really. Guess I could make it a little brighter. Oops. Probably get rid of that here. And then just get a red light going on those. You want this, please, and thank you. There we go. Happy little magnet friend. Looking nice and bright in the sunlight. Sunlight doesn't hurt his eyes because he is made of metal. And this can get a bit of this as well. And then the rest of the magnet can get the shine on the edging here, like so. Well, they're probably not that heavy. Well, there we go. And then probably make it fairly light, but we can probably do something similar just on the inside of our magnet. But not as much because it's definitely not getting hit by most of the sunlight. Well, there we go. Magnet Buddy's looking relatively good. Guess the only real thing to do is just kind of shade on the screws a little bit. Considering where our light's coming from, we're actually going to get a relatively good amount. So, let's go here. And then just select most of the screws. Shoot. We'll do the little inserts later, but we can probably just get rid of most of the screws without too much effort. Cool. There, there, and there. Always nice that we can get magnets and a little bit of emote usage. I do kind of wish that we had a bit more of the Pokemon ones, because I know there is that one Pikachu one that you can have if you're an Amazon Prime member, I believe. And I'm not sure why that's just a part of Amazon Prime, but oh boy, I need to stand up. Give me one quick second. Body is not liking me. Oy, and we're almost done, so. Oh, there we go. Okay. I needed to do that. There we go. Bup. Nope, nope. Don't pull your headset out, Jude. Now is definitely not the time. All right, let's see here. So what do we want to do with these screws? Probably should do something kind of similar. Just grab a little bit of extra shading. I didn't select that part. There we go. Oh, interesting. How did I select the entire body? Don't... What? Oh, it selected all of that. That is rude. So if I select this, does that just select the entire body? It doesn't. Okay. Weird. TSP, you're being unnecessarily tricky again, and I'm not a huge fan of that. There we go. Oh, wow. Okay, there's a lot more than just Pikachu. That's like the full Pokken tournament cast. That's all because of you're an Amazon Prime member? Prime Gaming. Why is that all tied to Prime Gaming? And why the Pokken tourney crew? Of all things. Huh. Alright, well, if Amazon can get their hands on Nintendo stuff, I'm not going to complain too hard. It's going to be the end of the world by the time all of the companies converge. Although very much a problem. There we go. I guess here should get it. Then I guess a little here. Okay. And a little bit of light there. A little bit of light here. A little bit on this section. A little down here. 23 out of 38 of them are Pokemon? Really? What are the other 15 then? Because if they got 23 from, well, 22 from Pokken, I think the Pikachu, the normal Pikachu is something different. 22 of them are from Pokken. Pikachu just exists within it. And I'm afraid to ask what else they got and all that, because that's a ridiculous deal. Just a bunch of random emotes alongside that. Really? What a weird selection to have in all of that. Okay. So 15 random faces, 22 Pokemon from Tekken, and then Pikachu because Pikachu is a brand mascot. Well, and here. There we go. And admittedly, the people who do like just the extra Pikachu faces also can kind of just get away with them. I'm assuming that's just another streamer. Partner, no less. Don't think I know that person, actually. But cute Pikachu gasp emote. Now, do I want to color the line art? That's a good question. Color the line art or keep it black? How would that look if I color the line art? No, wrong way. Here, that. Doot, doot. Might look a little bit softer, so I might do that. Hmm. Yeah, that could work. Probably want to make it a little darker down there, though. There we go. Oops. Don't get too tangled on me, cords. Alright, let's have some fun with this then. Um, go darker for here. I probably should get a little bit smaller and denser, just so that way we're not here all night. There we go. Make that darker. Not quite the same black, though. we go. Then just cover up all that. Cool. Alrighty, now how do we want to do the magnets? Oh, thank you for the hydration. I guess it's true that you can get a little bit focused when you're doing drawing stuff. It's always a good thing to just kind of keep in mind so that way you're not hurting yourself as a streamer. And thank you for the stretch as well. I'll get to that in a second. I just want to grab this to see how it looks. Oot. Yep. I think that works overall, except for in the inner half. I'll have to make that darker. Okay. That's fine. Definitely works for the lighter half, but does not work for the darker as well. That means I need a little darker for here. Actually, even darker. Oh, damn. There we go. Then it can just fade into the normal gray. It's fine. Doot. Doot. Yeah, that'll look a lot better when it's actually fully done. And considering I was able to do that in about an hour or so, that's not that bad for my drawing speed. Ow. Okay, I needed that. Sometimes it never hurts to just kind of reset where all of your joints sit. Let's see here. You, sir, are boring, and therefore we need to color in your bit. What happens if someone redeems a sketch in OC as a robot, but the OC is already a robot? Well, if the OC is already a robot, then I get to have some fun reimagining you as another type of robot, depending on my definitely deep and not completely improv specifications. Doot. Because when in doubt, there is more than one way to get a robot in. Even if, because if you want to do like a waifu side one, I would ask you maybe save it for next stream, just because I will need to go to sleep pretty much right after this one. But I do have an idea of what I could do for waifu side for that claim if you want. What side? Oh. You also have your other one? Ooh. I don't think I know about your other one as closely. Well, that does technically give you two options then. Let's do that. Turns out I can solo one of the dungeons that I need a 14. Oh, very nice, Viper. I'm afraid to ask, but what dungeon do you actually need to run to get one of the triple triad cards? Because I can't imagine that needing to do that is the most enjoyable thing in the world. Womp. St. Mulcane's Arboretum. Why do I not remember that dungeon at all? I had legit unlocked it, never ran it before, and it's from Stormblood. Hmm. I wonder if it's one of those extra dungeons that I kind of just accidentally skipped at some point. Because that's entirely possible from my end. I skipped a lot of the Stormblood side dungeons. Mainly because I just didn't have the time when I was doing Stormblood. It is one of the side ones? Okay. And do you want redeeming during drawing stream or whenever? And if you queue it up when you have time during the stream, or better to just ask during? Usually when it comes to the Draw My OC requests, usually speaking, it's fine on most of the streams, so just kind of pop it whenever you feel like it. Although it never hurts to ask. You know, it's just polite. Polite mannerisms and all. There we go. And slightly smaller. Yeah, I do keep the Draw My OC one up just because people can claim it whenever. I don't usually need to worry about turning it off, but there are going to be days, like if we're doing... What game destroys my hands? When we're doing Splatoon streams, I will probably turn it off, but aside from Splatoon, it should be fine. I specify Splatoon because when we were doing the Splatfest last Saturday, that hurt my hands like a bitch. So I couldn't quite muster the urge to want to draw after doing 3 hours of that game. But aside from that, you're Gucci. I think that's everything. Got our happy little magnet, buddy. I guess the only other thing we could do, technically, here, here. Shoot, shoot. Then there we go. I like making my Magnemites tired on the off chance, just because I am also quite tired. It also just lets the eye pop a little bit more, so having just a little bit of a shadow around it kind of helps a bit. And he's a happy boy. I should probably save this, considering this is basically done. Uh, 1 second. I guess I'll just put this in sketches with everything else. Because it's technically a sketch. Magnemite. Alrighty. That's done. Let's just sign it to make sure that I don't lose ownership of this somehow. I'll do it in purple. Now, do I remember my Twitter handle off the top of my head? Don't think I do. Okay. 3 B T, and then actually, um, that's how you do it. Our one life run any percent. Admittedly, that is kind of the fun of doing a semi speed draw exercise, right? You usually just want to see how quickly you can actually get everything done, not have to worry too much about it. Um, put that down. Yeah, actually that worked. There. And then I guess one other thing we should do. Hmm, what kind of text do I want to do for this? Don't really want to use Optifine. Impact works. Do 81 Magnemite. I can go there. This is going to be changed to 40. 60. Okay. Oh. Forgot about my keypad inputs. There. There. Duplicate. Get rid of that one. And then if I want to be fancy with this, oot, Magnemite was changed to steel electric, right? Electric steel. Okay. So then we do that. Then right there. Oh, that's too dull. There we go. That's a bit better. Cool. Now, do we want to do anything shiny on this at all? Technically can. Oot. I have to screw with most of my thumbnails, so this definitely isn't anything new for me to try out. Then just pure white. There we go. And then we do this, that, edit, crop. Happy little man. There we go. I'd say drawing something in like an hour and a little bit isn't too bad for me, at least. It is one of the easiest things that I know how to draw, so I mean, it's not super outstanding, but like, never hurts to practice, right? And then I will just export that. And I can chuck it onto Twitter with the end of stream announcement. And I guess in the Discord as well. But I did want to thank everybody for stopping by at the very least. It's always nice to get a little bit of extra Oh, my brain just died there. Trying that sentence again. Want to thank everyone for stopping by. It's always nice to have some friends to chat with while we're getting some monster hunting done. I guess now we're going to be getting some art done on the side as well. But aside from that, start of the stream week, so we still got brain, please. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday still to go through. Saturday will be a dedicated art stream, so it'll just be me doing some various drawings, maybe Model 2.0 work, because I do need to work on that a little bit. Friday will be Terraria, where we need to figure out how to kill the Moon Lord. And Thursday being tomorrow, we are going to be doing some Digimon stuff. Still continuing on with Digimon Sliber Sleuth at the very least. That'll be nice. I think we're getting kind of close to the end of Cyber Sleuth, but I'm not 100% certain yet. I'm sure we'll get there eventually, but RPGs definitely just take a bit. Now, is Jason still live by chance? Jason is not live. Okay. I was half curious if I would be able to get away with rating him, but I guess he did a little bit of a shorter stream this time. Um, have we rated Froggy recently? Good question, actually. A couple people I wouldn't mind rating. But where haven't we gone in a while? Yeah, Allura just started. Why don't we go there? So obvious points. Raid 1 is if you do have a sub. Raid 2 is if you don't, because we very much enjoy our purple here. And any of the free emotes that are purple are usually a relatively good bet for it. But just as a proper closing for now, while my voice is still holding intact, thank you everybody for joining us in the cabin today. Hopefully you've been able to rest up and relax, and you've been able to enjoy yourself. I'll be back live tomorrow around the same times between 8 EST and midnight, playing some Digimon. So if you want to join us for that, then you're more than welcome to. But if not, then we'll talk with you next time. So for now, bye-bye. 3, 4, 5.